Okay. Um, okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming and sorry for the technical difficulties. YouTube was giving us some problems, so thank you for adapting. We have a really great stream planned today. I am Shotun Kakatu. I am the assistant head director of WCAnimated. Um, and I am so excited that you all are here. Thank you so much. If my fellow directors want to go ahead and introduce themselves.
Who starts?
Jupiter.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Jupiter, the head director.
And I'm Mariah, the style director.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Yes?
Yes. Hi, I'm King Cabbage, and I'm the animation director.
Hi, I'm Casey Sketches, and I am the concept director.
Hi, I'm Nico and/or Petunia Bubbles, and I'm the compositing director.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Shirokishi.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Pomi, the background director.
Hello, I'm Shirokishi, and I'm the sound director.
Hi, I'm Thuramist, and I'm the voice director, performance director.
Yeah, so that's our team of directors. Everyone is here. You'll be able to direct any questions about their departments at them, or ask questions of all of us. And then if everyone on the team would just like to give a quick introduction, starting with you, Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. I'm doing animation and storyboard.
Hi, I'm Casey, Casey Gothfrog, and I'm doing animation, character designs, storyboards, and I'm on the style team.
My name is Connor. I am the voice actor for Lionheart and Ravenpaw, and I'm also a 3D modeler that does like look dev for background assets for the film.
I think we can go ahead and start the stream if you're ready, Kate.
I'm gonna go ahead and have where people can hear me too, and I'm gonna swap things over. There we go. I am working on a scene from episode 1. And that's all I have to say.
Any guesses as to who this character is?
It's definitely a cat. I know that much.
I think it's Yellowfang.
Oh, it's so true. It's probably Yellowfang.
It's a really good guess.
But yeah, I do have some questions that we're going to answer. What do you use to animate, Kate?
I am currently using Toon Boom Harmony.
And you? So, will there be any significant changes in the series? Some, not anything world shattering, but you may have a few changes for sure.
I mean, Firepaw is now Yellowfang, so there's that, but other than that, there's nothing big.
Neko, this question's for you. How is compositing done and in what program?
We do our compositing in After Effects, and we do it pretty straightforward way, just layering everything together and applying some additional lighting and effects to make everything blends together.
Cult of Turkey, is this some kind of series or movie. We're creating an animated series based on Warriors, the Warrior Cat series. Oh, the kitty in the corner was done by Kate, who you're watching stream now. Yeah, questions are being taken from the chat and also from so our social medias where people sent in questions. So feel free to ask here in the chat. What is compositing? Neko?
It's the best part of the process where we get all the animation and background assets and kind of layer them together and so when you put a character on the background, you just can't put them there, otherwise it just looks like pasted on a random background. So we kind of make adjustments to the character, color corrections, adjustments to the background to make everything look like one cohesive final image.
If you go to Neko's Twitter, there's a lot of nice posts that she made that show some of the process in it. I think that does a really good job of describing how compositing works. Probably see it up on the official Twitter too, I imagine, if they've retweeted it at some point.
They have.
Okay, so someone asked, was this project formed from an already formed group? And no, I don't think we really knew each other when we started this project.
Yeah, I didn't know anybody.
I mean, I knew Neko and like as far as the director's team, I don't think I really knew any of you except KC and Neko before this project. Oh, and Shiro.
I definitely didn't know anyone. I just applied as like I worked my way up.
We're lucky to have you, King.
Project.
Will you keep making the series after you're done with the first book? So our slate is actually for the first arc, so the first 6 books. And we're doing kind of long form episodes. It'll be approximately 2 episodes per book.
I actually didn't know that, so I learned something in this stream today too.
How did you not know that, King?
I need to pay attention.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I really should. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Ooh, can I answer the cherry shrimp question? It's a mix. So there's some of us who are currently in school. There's some of us who have not gone to school, and there's some of us who went to school over 20 years ago. So it's a mixed bag of people on this project. I think a lot of us probably come from a self-taught background, though. If we went to school, then we started drawing and animating a little bit before then. At least that's been my impression from the people I've seen around in the project.
Even those of us who went to school, like for me, the compositing, they never taught that in my school.
Yep, same here.
So I went to school, but I'm self-taught with the compositing side of things.
Yeah, I went to animation school, and I still had to teach myself all the real stuff after school. I'm really salty about it. Ask me about it sometime in private.
So do any of you have cats? Yes, I have a lovely cat. Her name is Ivy. She's a menace to society.
We all love Ivy.
Adorable.
I have a cat. Her name is Miss Lily Bumblebee. She thinks of food and food.
I have
There's probably more people that have cats than don't.
Yeah.
Project.
I, for one, have a lot of animals in my life. A cat is not one of them, unfortunately. Except for the barn cat. But that's it.
Barn cat counts.
Does it?
Yeah. It's technically in your care, even if at a distance. If there was no barn, there would be no cat.
This is true. It'd just be cat.
The real Pete Cash is asking, will you copy and paste of the books where you add and remove some things? The latter. We are going to be adding some things, taking out some things, and definitely changing up some dialogue. It's an adaptation, not, if you want to just, know all the things, see all the things from the book, I guess you could go read the book. So I think we wanted to take this opportunity to do a unique adaptation while still being true to the source material. Do we have a specific setting being used for WCA? Yeah, being South England. And then there was North American wildlife. Yes, so our we do have a cultural consultant, and that's probably where you've heard it. A lot of our environment and our wildlife is based around the Scottish Highlands. So that's really our main inspiration is Scotland. Will there be trans cats? Yes. Thank you, Warrior Cats Dub. I see you guys all over the place. Where did you get inspo for the soundtrack? Shiro, you want to take this one?
Sure. So the soundtrack is somewhat of a hybrid of your stereotypical like orchestral type of film score, like what you would see with like Disney or your general like animation feature film. But along with that, we're taking Celtic Scottish influences and putting that in there. So if you've watched any cartoon saloon films like say Wolfwalkers or The Secret of Kells, things like that, it's going to be kind of similar to that. Maybe How to Train Your Dragon. It's kind of a mix of that.
I have a question for our voice actors. Each voice actor, could you tell us your favorite warrior cat? Starting with Connor.
Ooh, tough one. I mean, I'm perhaps a little biased, but I have to say, I think one of my favorites is probably Ravenpaw, just because I like his whole character arc, and also, I'm playing him. But I've just really kind of loved the way that they characterized him from the beginning, because I feel like he's one of the characters that has a definitive, like, start, middle, and end to his arc, and, like, he kind of becomes a hero and has the opportunity to kind of overcome some of his cowardice, and that's one thing that I'm really excited to kind of try and illustrate with the voice.
Yes. Diana?
I think I'd be doing a huge disservice to Blue Star if I didn't say Blue Star. I mean, I fell in love with her the moment I saw the listing for the casting. I have to say I also quite love Yellow Fang and Silverstream as well.
Okay, Jeff?
I would probably also have to say Blue Star. In the few scenes I've gotten to do, I really love the way that Diana brings a sense of warmth and strength that Blue Star actually has. And also, I mean, Smudge. Come on, Smudge is my boy, my best friend, and I want to put him in my pocket and keep him safe forever.
Good answer. Grant?
So, funnily enough, Greypaw actually was one of my favorite characters for a really long time. I love his arc and his, eventually the huge decision that he has to make between loyalty to a clan or loyalty to, like, family and the ones that he loves. But I also really, really like Tiger Claw. I've always thought that he was a really interesting character as well. So, those are probably my two favorites.
We have someone asking if we will have subtitles in Spanish or maybe a dub. Zur, do you want to answer that? And you can answer in Spanish if you'd like. It seems to be this person's first language.
Okay, I will answer in English first. Just 1 second. I hope so. I don't want to bring up the dub wars between Spain and Hispanoamerica, but if a dub to Spanish happens, we are going to need two versions. People to behave in the comments if this ever happens.
So then if you could let all of our Spanish speakers know, just let them know that we'll do subtitles for sure, probably 2 versions, and maybe a dub if we can swing that. Yes, we would love to have subtitles in German. We want to have subtitles in a lot of other languages. We'll put out applications for translators. It's just a matter of what we'll be able to get. Oh, Connor is playing Ravenpaw. Someone is asking who's playing Ravenpaw. He also plays Lionheart. Do we agree with pure orange Firestar or Firestar with multiple colors? I mean, ours is pretty. He has a lot of colors going on, and I think that serves him very well. You know, there's only so much you can do with a pure orange cat.
Definitely, if he's your main character, you want to add stuff to him. So I kind of like that he's got a few different colors going on. Makes him more exciting.
Yeah. Okay, this one's from Mariah. How did we decide on the art style and develop the art style for the project?
Well, we first had a bunch of people just like exploring it for a little while, including me. But I think I took the most inspiration from Walkers. I think that was the moment I was like, okay, I think I know the direction, and I mixed it a little bit with more three-dimensional elements. So it's not exactly the same, but like there's definitely like Wolfwalker / Disney like inspired to. It took like a month and a half. It was there was a lot of like deliberation on it.
And we're very, very lucky to have you, Mariah. The art style is so, so nice. Oh, did we reach out to McLeod Andrews for Smudge, or did he reach out? He actually auditioned, and and I didn't realize it was him until I started listening to the audition, because he was under a different username. But no, it's funny, people love to say, oh my gosh, you got McLeod Andrews, and I'm like, people say you got him, like we kidnapped him or something. No, he auditioned of his own accord.
He came over. He knocked on our door.
I did secretly mail him a giant comedy bag of money with a $$ sign on it, so that might have.
Is the animated series a big departure from the original books? No, I wouldn't say it's a huge departure. There are things that are going to be different, but that just means you guys are going to have some surprises to look forward to. It's still going to be the characters you know and love, and a lot of the moments you know and love, but there's going to be some new stuff, and there were some things that we take out just for practicality reasons, for reasons of runtime. It was, again, important to us that our adaptation was unique, not just word for word from the books.
Remember that this project is also. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say this project is also run by. The project's also being made and created by super mega fans, so we're all part of the fandom too. We're not some studio that's like, oh, look at this crazy story, let's make a movie out of it. We're like, you know, a lot of us are very passionate that some of this stuff stay very true to the story. So when we change things, it's very respectfully done, and we're not going bananas with it.
Are there going to be cats like Barley and Ravenpaw? Yeah, we have both of those cats, and they will, you know, they're gay, Your Honor. Do you have any scenes you're particularly excited to see completed? So the scene that the shot Kate is working on, the scene that's from is going to be amazing. There's some original scenes that I'm very excited to see. Anyone else? What scenes is everyone most excited to see?
For me, it's the long tail fight.
Oh yeah, that fight is going to be epic.
Oh, speaking of
it's so exciting.
Is anyone on this team formerly part of SSS Warrior Cats? Neko, you want to take this one?
So, if I'm correct, King and I were both on the SSS Warrior Cats projects way back when. I helped on the long tail scene, which is kind of why I'm really excited for that one. But I left that project sometime before it died out.
I will say that only Neko was truly part of SSS. I came in after SSS had come out, and they were considering doing like revamping it and having either a sequel or another season or something like that. And I started to help on that, but then I ran out of time, so I didn't actually work on anything other than just, oh, here's a walk cycle, and then I ran out of time and I never. So.
Are you guys gonna have any just SS Warrior Cats? Yes, actually, there is at least one thing that is a definitive tribute to SSS Warrior Cats. So yeah, there will be some things, and I think they were the first ones to do tan longtail, so I guess that's kind of a tribute in a way. Are all cats from the first arc designed? Not yet, but we do have a lot of designs that we haven't gotten to reveal yet. Still working on that as we go. Are we only planning on doing the first arc? Yeah, right now we're just setting our sights on completing the first arc, The Prophecies Begin. Finishing that would be such a huge accomplishment. Will the stream be archived? We're gonna do our best. Yes, there will be more casting calls for Arc 1. There will be a lot more. The ones we've cast so far are just some of the characters in the first episode, and there are lots more to come. I want to know everyone's take on this because I definitely have my opinion. Who has been the hardest character to design? Cinderpelt. Everyone else can say what they like. That's my answer.
Oh
and
yeah,
I'm sticking
for
with
sure,
it.
Cinderpelt.
My favorite's Cinderpelt.
Sleep was lost. Lives were destroyed.
Cinderpelt, yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot going on for Cinderpelt. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
Is there a script written? Yeah, we're working. We have our script for Into the Wild. We actually both those scripts. First episode is locked. Second script is getting there. All of them are in progress. So it's 2 episodes per book, and so it's a lot about narrowing it down. Would have thought Yellowfang was the hardest. Yellowfang has a very, like, everyone sees her a very clear way, and I think that helped a lot with designing her.
Like, she has a very unique look, and like it almost came a little naturally. Like
Will
fun.
you be leaving in parts of Blue Star's prophecy? I will say I love Blue Star. She's probably my favorite character, and definitely it's her and Brightheart in the first arc for me. But so I did include a specific reference to Blue Star's prophecy, and we'll see how much more of that gets intertwined as we go on. But there is definitely a reference to it in the first episode. Who will write music for the show? Our amazing sound director, Shiro. And if you want to talk a little bit about that, Shiro, feel free.
Sure. Currently, we have 3 composers. I am one of the composers. We also have Mary Musician and Sammy J. Lane.
Will there be any way to see all the characters' designs sometime in the future? Yeah, we post them on Instagram and Twitter. I'm trying to find a way somewhere we can have them all in one place. Codemizer. You appreciate reluctance to make every Dark Forest cat Russian. Yeah, this was actually a conversation we had. We have a conversation about this because it's an unsavory stereotype, I suppose. How long are the episodes? So our episodes are long form, so while I can't be completely sure now, definitely our first episode is going to be about 45 minutes, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. but they're going to be long form, so anywhere between half an hour and to about 50 minutes. Kate, are you using a drawing tablet to draw?
I am using a Wacom 16 Cintiq. I think that's what it's the brand name is called.
For casting calls, yeah, anyone can audition. You don't need to be a professional. And that goes for all the team positions. I mean, we have people who are industry professionals, and we also have people who are self-taught or students. So there's no experience level required to audition or to apply for our team. Will the soundtrack be posted anywhere? I mean, that would be cool. Shiro, I don't know how that works. How does that work with streaming things? Like putting on a streaming service? Like a music streaming service?
Yeah, honestly, it kind of depends on how we go about composing it, but I think it would be really interesting if we could, on an episode basis, like take the cues that we have, take some of them, make them a bit of a longer piece, and put together like some kind of like work as animated volume 1, like, you know, that kind of thing, and we could totally like distribute that because that's completely our own stuff. I would be really interested in doing that, as a matter of fact. It's a good question.
Yeah. Casting calls, are they for people of the age of independence, or can younger viewers try for a character? So our only requirement as far as age goes for voice actors is that you are 13 at least. So you have to be 13 because you have to be 13 to use Discord, and as long as you're 13, you are allowed to audition. Yeah, so you have to be at least 13, but other than that, go for it. They're not open right now. We always announce when they open on our social media, especially YouTube. We always put out a casting call, and then we host them on Casting Call Club. So you just record we give you lines and you record them and you submit the file, and then we review the lines. They're not open right now, but we'll have more in the future. So definitely follow us and keep an eye out, and there will be more. Have you considered making this official? Well, that's not really up to us. I certainly don't think we'd say no if anyone reached out about that, but that's up to the people who, Coolaby and HarperCollins. Will we do any super editions? We're not sure at this point. Again, we're just focusing on the first arc right now, and is there a place we can donate other than Patreon? Not at the moment, but following us on social media and engaging with our posts is also really, really helpful. So doing that is great if you can't donate. King, you should take this. How many frames per second?
We will be at 24 frames per second. And then we're gonna be alternating between 2s, 3s, and 4s depending on the animation, how far away the characters are, that kind of stuff. In general, 24 frames per second.
Besides voice acting, can we audition to do other things? Yeah, we open crew applications occasionally. I think probably twice a year we open for crew, and that's animators and writers, storyboard artists, all those kinds of things. Any part of the team that is not voice acting. And we also announce those openings on our social media. Yeah, age requirements for the team are the same as voice acting. You need to be at least 13 because we work on Discord, and you need to be, that's their terms of service, is you need to be at least 13 to have an account. Oh, Homie, you can take this one. How was the background style developed, and how many people are on the background team?
Ooh, well, I honestly don't know how many people are on the background team. I want to say maybe 15?
It is
I'm
possible
gonna
to
guess.
check on Discord.
Oh.
I'll check.
Yeah.
Okay. For the style, I was actually I didn't start off as a director. I started off I kind of just joined the team, and but for developing the style I kind of mixed Mariah's style, a little bit of Studio Ghibli.
I'm gonna stop you right there. It's Ghibli. It's a misspelled Arabic word. It's Ghibli.
Okay. Studio Ghibli. It sounds so wrong to me. And a lot of aspects from Bambi, kind of in the shape language. So it's a big mishmash of a lot of different styles. But yeah.
Oh, and the answer is we have about 20 background artists.
I was gonna say either 15 or 20.
What was the hardest place to design? Casey, do you want to take this one? This is a concept question.
Could you repeat the question?
What was the hardest location or landmark to design?
That's a good question. I'd say for a while ThunderClan camp was a pretty tricky location to design at first, because it was before I became director of concept team, and that was the last thing we were working on. Oh wait, no, that's not true. The for sure location that was tricky to design was Rusty's house, because it was a mix of whether it should feel like an old cottage house or an expensive looking apartment thing, and also whether it should feel more English or more Scottish and such. And as of right now, it's going through some tweaks, but we have a design for it, and it definitely helps that we have our cultural consultant Kebby to give us input on how the architecture works in Scotland and such. So that for sure, Rusty's house was a tricky location to design.
How long has the project been in process? About a year and a half we've been working. You know, not to get on my soapbox, but I know that sounds like a long time. And it feels like even longer because we've been sharing progress since we started. But for anyone who is in any kind of production, you know, a year and a half is not very long. And we've been doing a lot of work, and we've made really, really amazing progress. We have an amazing team. Hey, that's looking amazing.
Oh,
that looks so good. Look at him go.
He feels a little weightless right now. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure it out. I know it's something in his legs, but
he's doing zoomies right now.
Thank you so much for us. I don't know what we'd do without you.
Yes.
Can we stop and say thank you to Kate for helping put the stream together?
Yes, thank you, Kate.
Big thank you, Kate.
Starts weeping and
Let's
sobbing.
go,
and crying.
Kate!
Weeping and sobbing and crying. Thank you.
Kate MVP.
So someone asked what is involved in being a cultural consultant. So I wish she was here to talk to you all, but I don't think she could make it. So I'll do my best to answer. Our cultural consultant is for the purposes of not just kind of giving us inside perspective on the culture we're hoping to portray, but also making sure that we're portraying it authentically, non-offensively, and accurately. We want to make sure that we're not aiding in the spread of any kind of misinformation or stereotypes or any of that. And so our cultural consultant is about providing us this inside look at this culture that we are portraying or taking inspiration from. How long does it take to design a single character? Is almost here. Yeah. I feel like one of our character designers should take this. Gothrock, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button.
Okay.
It's so I think it's normally around like we get like 2 or 3 weeks, right, to do the whole like we get the character list, and then I think it's like I haven't actually been doing character designs for a while because I've been so focused on boards. But I think it's either 2 or 3 weeks. We get the character list, and everybody puts their own idea of the character forward, and you know, builds off of each other's ideas. Actually, the way we did character designs changed slightly, right? It used to be
like a voting thing.
Yeah,
a
like
voting system.
Yeah, like we would all like put all the designs together and vote on which ones we thought would work the best. And now it's more like collaborative. And I think it's the director's pick, right?
Yeah, we kind of work together, and Mariah is a huge part of that. If Mariah wants to speak on it, obviously she is the one who really puts everything into style at the end of the day and is our kind of spearheads that process. So Mariah, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, once we like usually we pick a design that we think that, you know, represents the character the most, but we'll also combine it with other designs possibly. It depends on what the design is, and then we might make slight adjustments from there, and then we would release it to the team. But yeah, we've since then, like our team has become really good at like nailing the style. So at that point, like at this point, there's not much for me to do with regards to changing the character design, which is really cool. But yeah, in the past there was a bunch of like tweaking and making sure like things would be cohesive, I guess. And then we release it to the team, and eventually we release it to public.
Someone's asking if there are any fellow Brits in the call, and I know we have a couple. If anyone wants to speak up, now is the time. Or you can be shy. Yes, we have British people in the team. Apparently they're just shy today. Do you guys have any tips for someone learning how to draw or animate?
Make sure whenever you're learning to draw, constantly check over your drawing and like really be like critical, but in like a constructive way on like how it might match or how it might differ. Like if you're trying to copy something for a while, like copying is a good way to like learn privately. Don't like post your art and pretend it's your own, but like if you're trying to learn, definitely like just keep like analyzing how like is my drawing on this level yet? Like, can I compare these drawings and see where it's missing, where it's like needs to be better? I don't know if I'm explaining it well.
I'd say
yeah,
for
I
an
do a
art
lot of
tip,
life drawings and stuff are really
Mhm.
helpful for that. And
Mhm.
like photo drawings. I know it sounds boring, but it really eventually you'll hit your stride, and then you can like go soaring with it. It's really great. Go on, Casey.
Savior.
I'd say
go
for an art tip is don't start off big. Like, I know it's a very easy thing to, you have this big mental image in your head of what you want to draw, So you try to draw everything at once, but big issue with this is you kind of forget you kind of overwhelm yourself a bit with burning out too quickly, and also there's like the insecurities that come in where like, oh, I can't draw this as fast and as pretty as this other artist that I admire. So basically ignore that and focus on the fundamentals of drawing, and the best way that I like to focus on those is by breaking everything down to smallest components as I can. So for instance, instead of focusing so much on if this drawing looks pretty, focus on the function of it. And the way you achieve that is mostly just getting the basic shapes or forms of your drawing down first, and then focus later on making it look pretty. So like focus on like drawing your character in its basic shapes, like the head is a circle, the body's a square, such like that. And then focus later on making, and then when you're happy with how it's looking, then you can move on to the next stage of making it look pretty. That's my go-to. So like you don't lose time and you don't burn out too quickly. You still have that rough idea in your head before it dissipates. And that's one of my tips.
I will say, if you're trying to learn animation, you should definitely check out Toniko Pantoja on YouTube. He also has a Gumroad animation class that's really good, or you can go to Aaron Blaze's website as well, Blaise, and he has a really good animation course. He tends to be a little bit cheaper, but he's like a Disney guy, so he definitely knows his stuff. So definitely check those out if you're just starting with animation. There's also a lot of great resources online for free. You can go to Animator Island or Animation Island, I believe, or you can just look around on YouTube and look up how to animate. But I would go to the ones that I recommended as far as people who are legit and know what they're doing, because obviously on YouTube you can run into somebody who might sort of know things but not as well. So you go with somebody who's got lots of experience, learn from them if you possibly can. Somebody who's done like industry work is usually the best.
Also, I want to ask, Casey Gothbrog, are you ready to stream?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let me get stuff set up so we
Nate,
can
are we
switch
ready?
over real quick. Yeah, I'll switch over. Give me just a moment.
How about a big round of applause for Kate's wonderful animation
Yes,
before we move
everyone.
on?
Cheer on
Kate,
Kate.
Kate is in like several different departments in the project, and she contributes so much to each department she's in.
Kate's a
Yeah,
fucking
it's so good.
Who had the soundboard? Whose soundboard was that?
It didn't really sound like a clap.
Connor, if you want to say something.
Like shit. That's how it sounds when cats clap.
All right, so do I just start sharing my screen?
Yeah, just start sharing your screen, and I'm gonna grab it here in just a second as soon as you do.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna adjust my Discord a little bit so I can get this better.
The style question, but I feel like I shouldn't answer it. A style member should answer it, but Indigo never speaks.
All right, give me just a moment to make sure this is picking up the right thing. There it goes, and we should be good to go.
Okay. Yes. Oh. So we have two questions from Warrior Cats Geek. So, what color are Dovewing's eyes? They're green. Everyone else? I will judge
they're
based on your
violet.
answer.
They're violet. They're iridescent.
I'll just go
Wait,
with
what
green.
was the question?
What color are Dovewing's eyes?
I haven't thought about this, and I love Dovewing, so this is a little odd.
They're green.
Oh, we're gonna do something controversial here.
Grayish blue.
Oh, I'll give you controversial. I'm not as big a fan as everyone else, and I don't care.
I don't think you even know who Dovewing is.
I do. I just
You
was starting to get bored with the series by the time she came around. So I was
mean,
like,
yeah.
Poor Devil.
And then
she's great.
I like her.
Anyone who thinks they're gold is actually wrong. So they were said. It was said one time.
Dang it.
But Green is objectively correct. You're all wrong.
Oh, okay.
That's the true hot take.
I can't make them like iridescent and violet at the same time.
If we could bring any character back to life, who would it be?
Spotted leaf. I'm sorry. Red tail. Okami says Swiftpaw.
Oh, that's a good answer.
That is a good answer.
No Kit.
That's a cool answer.
I mean, Snow Kit.
How many colors?
No Kit.
I wonder
How many colors are we planning for Blue Star? Guys, how many colors are on Blue Star? 4, 5? 5? Or 6, including her inner ear color?
I have her model sheet, but it's not the colored one.
Me too.
Hold on.
I know where it is. Maybe.
Her ear color is the same as her scar color, I think.
Yeah, so she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 if you include her eye color and scar color.
Oh wait.
And her outline
what's your favorite character design? Dude, what's your favorite character design?
My favorite character design? I really do love all of them. And I'm not trying to just say that. I do love them all. This is a project where I'm really lucky to like all of the designs. But I have to like Brightheart because I designed her, and Pomi and I designed her, so I love her. Cinderpelt has an amazing design. And I love Blue Star's design.
I love
Cinderpelt design. Was hard for me to visualize before.
Oh yes,
this design, and Spotted Leaf was the same way. So I really love those designs because I can finally visualize the characters.
Can I say something real quick about Brightheart's design?
Yes, yes, you can.
I noticed so many people say this, especially with the Disability Pride Month drawing. They were noticing the like little heart tuft on her head. And it's just like seeing that on a design, like I know that was specifically something you added. It's just adorable. It's so perfect.
Yes, I've been drawing her for like 10 years like that. So I was like, if we could put it in there, I would really like that. And the team indulged me.
Yep.
What is Rusty doing? He's terrorizing the local bird population.
Yeah, he's being a menace to the environment.
Keep your cats inside, kids.
Yep. Keep them inside. Get them spayed or neutered.
Oh yes, do get them spayed or neutered, please.
Okay, so about people are asking like a rating. I would PG-13. I guess would be the closest thing. I mean, we won't have like an actual rating, but you know, we're not gonna go overboard with any kind of gore or anything. There's animal death. There's some things that could be frightening. And reading a book is very different from watching it in a series. So I would say PG-13 is probably the closest thing. Is it okay to assume that Rusty does not like waffles? Yeah, I would say so. There will be blood in the episode, not excessive, but it's warrior cats.
Yep.
What are our favorite characters? We can all answer this one. I like Blue Star and Brightheart. Those are my favorite characters in the series.
Should we answer like based on
everyone answer.
First arc or like whole thing?
They said series, and I don't know if they mean our series, so as in first arc or just the warrior cats in general.
Right now, my favorite's Ravenpaw, but if I were looking at the whole thing, Grey Whipping.
For me, Yellowfang and Longtail for doing the first arc.
I'll focus on the first arc and say Yellowfang, Sandpaw, Blue Star. I just love my sassy girls.
Oh, and White Storm.
I'm with that too. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Our girl bosses.
Yeah, girl bosses for the win.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Blue Star too. I think most of the cats are very like, we should obey the law and we should do the thing, and Blue Star was like that, and then she got depressed and was like, but why? And like, I don't know. It was just really cool that she was kind of a jerk for a while. Like, I thought that was interesting, and that didn't happen very often. Like a jerk without being evil, right? Like she was just like confused and broken and stuff, and it was just kind of a neat thing to see in that universe.
Thank you, Nova.
I have a soft spot for Cinderbelt. I just see her and I want to hold her gently.
Oh my god, Tiny, our brains are connected. I was gonna say the same thing.
When you work so much like that, you become one. We are all one. We are one single cat in a trench coat working on this series.
Does anyone else like Barley at all?
Love Barley.
I love Barley. He's so nice.
Yeah, Barley's definitely my favorite.
Barley's everything to me.
I love Barley. He's just so chill, you know.
I always picture him smoking a pipe for some reason. Like they
Yeah.
he's just pulling his pipe out of his mouth, saying, "Well, hey there, guys, what's up?"
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Cool.
Oh my gosh! Wait, who said that? Do it again.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes.
He's the gentleman
Barley.
farmer. Yeah.
Listen, the important question is he gonna have like a little wheat or grain in his mouth?
He does.
Yeah.
Let's say yeah, he does.
He
already
chews
does
on
in-
grass
yes,
and little
yes.
leafy
Best
grains,
news
so
I've gotten
yeah.
all week.
Yeah, so I mean, cats do that, you know. They chew on like pieces of grass, and he's definitely going to like occasionally chew on little.
It helps settle their stomach. It's a piece of cat grass. It's a piece
Cats
of
He
love
probably
eating
he
grass.
throws up a lot, to be honest.
Oh,
Yeah.
baby.
No.
So he's always chewing on that grass to help settle his stomach.
Yeah.
I feel like Barley and Ravenpaw hanging out together is like country boy, emo boy solidarity. Like,
oh my
Also, I want to I'm gonna interject again. Sorry, I'm talking so much, but my co-director Jupiter, it got her after 2 years. She has COVID and has lost her voice. But Jupe wants to let you guys know that her favorite characters are Tallstar and Barley.
Yeah.
Oh, the black and white kitties.
You said Tallstar and Barley?
Yes.
Yes, another point for Barley.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Tallstar.
Are you guys planning to make the characters somewhat function like real life cats? I'm gonna let Mariah answer this one.
Yes.
She feels very strongly about it.
Yes, I am going to insert wherever I can, making sure these cats act like cats. Like, I watched my own cats for like 10 years. They have so many unique little traits, little cat traits, and I need them to appear in Warrior Cats anime. So, yeah, I don't know if I can go into detail yet, or I don't know how I'm going to go into detail. It's very case by case. It's going to be a thing like, oh, I can make his ear flick here because there's some noise coming from this direction to make it look like more realistic, or I can make him lick his lips after he hisses or something like that. Like, I'm gonna try.
I will say that earlier on the one of the Rusty animations, I was like, "Oh, put the tail up because when cats are happy, their tails go up," and I felt like such a cat expert in that moment.
You're like a dog person turned cat expert.
Yeah, I was
The
previously.
question mark
I've been converted to the cat kingdom, so I'm still kind of getting used to cats.
Yeah, so when a cat has a question mark shape, they're a little happy. When their tail is completely up, it could be an act of dominance. Like, I've watched my cat chase off another cat that happens to be wandering around her backyard. She just lifted her tail, walked with her head held high, confidently, like, started running towards this cat, and this cat just, like, bolted. Like, they did not want to deal with the giant.
Surrounded by buckets and buckets of cats so that I can study them, so I'll get better in time.
Yes. You will learn.
Nova is like carrying the weight of my ADHD. Someone asked how long the script took, and so I can answer that. I missed that. I'm sorry. I think the first episode script probably took about 3 months in total. There were some things like in between that, and there were revisions that happened after it was done. It's It's so I would say about 3 months to have what was considered a finished draft in front of us. Just because we're doing an adaptation, it's not as easy as reading the book and then copying the lines down.
Work that went into
how many episodes per book? 2 episodes per book. And yeah, they will be long episodes. They're long form. So it's ambitious, but I think we can do it. Do you use writer duet for scripts? If not, what do you use? I screenwrite, not just for this, so I use Final Draft. But there are a lot of free options. There's Studio Binder, and Celtex. Is that what that's called?
Oh yeah, I used that in a class.
Thank you, Star. Thank you guys. You guys are so nice. No, we do not use Google Docs. Unless you're king sometimes.
I was just about to say, I have used it because I'm not primarily a writer, so I didn't come into it with a program. And I was like, I'm not going to spend a ton of money yet, just in case I'm terrible.
You don't need to, though.
Yeah, I did have Scrivener because a friend of mine used it and she got me into it for a little bit, but I just ended up going with Google Docs because I'm used to it. But I did find a thing that formatted it after I was done, so at least it would be in script form.
Roxy, are you who did the really amazing German smudge audition? Are you that Sproxy? I think you are. How extensively will you be designing background cats? Will there be specific design for cats and gatherings and such, or will they be winged every time? We have set designs for some background cats. That's something we're still discussing as far as how those incidentals work. Our patrons, who are the senior or the deputy tier, will have cameos of their characters in the background. Yes, Proxy, I remember you. Yes, you did a really great smudge audition and then reached out about working with us on the German translation. So of course I remember you. It was a really great. Yes, thank you, App. Thank you, Diana. We are just doing Arc 1. Character are we planning to hold a design contest for next? I'm not sure. We got a lot of really great suggestions from Twitter, and so I have a small list of characters that we'll discuss giving to y'all for another design contest. For those of you who don't know, we hosted a design contest. Our mouse for design was done by a fan who's also now part of our team, but there was a fan contest who designed mouse fur, and we do plan to host another one. We're still figuring out which character. Oh, yes, there will be different translations. I also have a list of some languages I really hope will be in there. But again, it's just a matter of who we can get. Oh, this is also a good question for Mariah, but it really for all of us, because all of you draw cats. Any tips for learning cat anatomy?
I'm just gonna say the boring answer again. Draw your own cat if you have one, or look at videos of cats. Go to zoos and whatnot. I actually just got in the mail the drawing cat, the really guide to drawing cats. So learn from professionals too if you can.
Fun fact: cats actually don't have any bones. They have sacks of jelly, and so there's nothing to draw except a sack of jelly. So you're in luck.
That's what I was gonna say. Drawing cats is you learn how to draw dogs and then make them a little bit smaller, and then just remove their bones, remove the unimportant bones at least, and that's a cat.
So the big difference between dogs and cats is dogs are built for speed and they're not as mobile, bodily mobile. They can't do pivots or pounces. So that makes cats harder to draw in that they can just like twist like water and stuff. So you have to like cover their dog bodies and skin. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm saying.
Just take a sock and then go to a boba tea
Yeah,
piece and fill it with
there you
boba,
go.
and there you go. That's your cat model that you need to use as reference for when you
Oh
draw
my
them.
gosh. I don't think this was helpful at all.
I think Mariah's original suggestion was a great one.
Fun fact, that cheetahs, since they're also built for speed, the bones in their wrists are shaped more like the bones in dogs' wrists.
Yep, they are
and
built
that
more
is
like dogs.
Yeah, and that is also why they don't have as much flexibility in their paws as like house cats and most other cats.
Yes,
I
dogs
have
cannot
a
twist their
question.
paws, but cats can.
So I have a question for our voice actors, but Zura, you also I know have great insight on this kind of thing. How do voice actors prepare for their lines? Is there anything else you do besides the final performance?
Oh, God.
So
there's a ton of things, but you guys go first.
So I've been acting for a long time, and before I record pretty much anything, even if I'm just practicing, I'll usually do some number of warm-up exercises. A lot of those can be like vocal warm-ups or like things that kind of help to improve your diction, like various different tongue twisters or just kind of like diction exercises as well. I do that before pretty much any session, whether it's practice or actual recording. And then obviously during the actual recording process, there is a lot of different. I'll do a lot of takes usually. Usually it's pretty rare that you actually just like record one and you're like, all right, nailed it in one, perfect, moving on. So don't be afraid of doing a few different takes and things like that as well. And Wick Kid, hello. I am the Great Paw voice actor, so good. Thank you for that. Hello.
Who's
going?
Does anyone else want to answer that?
Yeah, I actually spend a lot of time with script analysis. I have a theater background, so, and one of the things that I learned moving over from theater to voice acting was because there's not a lot of physical things that people can see about your acting, the way to approach a script is when you read your lines is how do you want the character that you're speaking to react. So I spend a lot of time working with that, in addition to warm-ups and all that great stuff.
Yep, and if I could just kind of like bounce off of what you guys have been saying, absolutely. I there's a lot of warm up that goes into it. You got to take care of your voice, drinking water, tea, whatever you can do to make sure that you're kind of in a good position. In addition to like analyzing the script on your own, and one thing that we've been doing recently is table reads. So even though we're a remote team spread across all over the world in different parts, we've done one or two sessions where we've gone into a call and recorded with each other, and that's kind of helped to get that rhythm and make sure that we're bouncing off of each other pretty well. So that way you can just kind of have it feel more natural, and you're not independently recording everything and then just coming back together and then trying to splice it in post. There's definitely some of that for retakes and stuff, but it's been super helpful to just kind of working out the pacing and how each scene should feel. That in combination with the boards has been a lot of help.
Yeah, I also love having the other actors' voices in my head when I'm recording, even though I'm recording individually. So that's been so helpful.
Orange Spook, you were saying if we need a character with a heavy German accent. So our auditions, anyone of any accent can audition. We don't have accent requirements. Unfortunately, Casting Call Club makes you put an accent, but I think they recently added an option to put any accent. So we will be doing that for future calls. But yeah, no, it does not matter what accent you have. Anyone can audition. Someone's saying, Diana, you're very quiet. Is there a way we can up your volume?
Yeah, let me do that real quick. I hope it doesn't jump over to show the other thing. Turn it up just a little bit. That should help now.
Also, we'll be adding bots to streams. It would help. Follow commands. It's confession time. I made this account like 15 minutes before we started because YouTube was giving us problems. So I will take some time to figure out Twitch, and the people here who actually know how to use it will help me. So we'll see what happens.
Is this any better? I took my headphones off.
I also turned you up.
sound
You sound great
fine.
now. Perfect.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Will we do more streams in the future? I think so, yes. I really I hope we can. As we keep working on the episode, we can get in streams and speak with everyone.
Also, if it's okay if I interject for a second, Casey, as in
Go
Casey
ahead.
Goffrog, this is beautiful so far.
Look,
I'm like mesmerized.
It's looking so good.
Thank you.
He looks so happy entering in the wild, just terrorizing his local bird population.
Yes, I love the drag on his butt when he jumps up.
Thank you. I'm not sure. I might go back and revise some of it. I don't usually use all of my first pass in the final, but I'm glad that you guys think it's looking good.
Can we see a quick playthrough?
Yeah.
Yay!
So good.
What is Gothfrog working on? Gothfrog is working on one of the shots for our first episode. So she's doing some animation for our first episode. Is there going to be a team for translation stuff? Yeah, we'll open applications for translators. And which clan would we join? I would join River Clan or Wind Clan. We can just go down the list for this one.
Casey is next.
Wait, me, Casey?
Gothfrog.
Ah.
We're going
Two
down the
Caseys.
list.
Probably River Clan, because I don't like any of the other things that the other clans are known for enough to make it my whole personality, but I do like swimming.
I am the opposite.
That's a good comment.
I do not
Definitely
like swimming.
not River Clan.
Yeah, I am not River Clan at all. Don't like being wet.
Can't relate. Yeah,
Why?
my vote is on River Clan. You know, fish taste good. That's all. That's all I can say.
Also, in the books they always are like, "Oh, they're so well fed in the winter," and it's like, I want that to be me.
That's true.
Realistically, I'd probably be a house cat. I don't know if I can handle the warrior lifestyle.
That's what I was thinking. I would just be a house cat, preferably.
I've heard that River Clan girl cats are like kind of cute. I don't know. It's something about it. It's a little strange. I don't know. Like, I obviously I'd never betray ThunderClan or anything, but like, you know, who knows?
Sorry, I just thought of Blue Star too.
Foreshadowing.
Something about River Clan, huh?
Something about those fishy ones. It is a little fishy, huh?
I would join Shadow Clan purely because I'm evil and I think they have a nice bug population and I would definitely eat bugs. If I was a cat, let's get that clear. If I was a cat, I would eat bugs.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, can you expand on that a little bit? What do you think your favorite type of bug would be?
I don't know. I don't really like beetles. I don't like how they crunch, but I think worms are pretty cool. I think I would eat a worm.
Thank you.
Who is admitting to eating worms? I'm scared.
only if I was a Shadow Clan cat.
I looked away for a second and someone is already eating worms.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Here's the
What's
thing.
wrong?
If I was a cat and I saw a beetle, I think that would be delicious. Like, it
Why
I don't know how to
be a
just.
cat though?
What?
Why wait to be a cat though? You could just do that now.
Just imagine how nice and crunchy.
Don't encourage
Exactly.
them.
Like it would be like a Kit Kat, just like a good crunch. Split it in
Don't
half.
encourage.
Sorry.
Don't encourage them.
Me watching the Lion
Hey,
King.
I'd
I
question
would
our
be like,
friendship if you did this. I'd question it so hard.
What if I ate a bug?
Yes.
That's kind of mean. I don't think I would judge you if you ate a bug.
I ate a bug, I would die immediately.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't
we
judge
have
you
a
for it.
question.
I would go to your
Well,
funeral and be
you
like, you know, Casey ate a bug, and that just is how it is sometimes. I'm so proud.
Grant, someone
Yes.
would like to know, if Silverstream had lived, would you pick Millie or Silverstream?
I mean, I feel like Greypaw is at his core of a loyal character. And I feel like really the whole reason why there is this question and there is this like big conflict in himself is that he has to choose what he's more loyal to, his clan or his family, whenever it actually comes down to it. So I don't think that he's like a disloyal character or anything else like that. So I think that if Silverstream had lived, I think that definitely he wouldn't even really have a reason to be anything other than like friends with Millie. Whenever everything does happen, he gets taken away and everything. But that's. I think that he would
All right.
probably just stay with Silverstream, realistically.
That's fair. Some people are saying polyamory is the answer. Greypaw has 2 paws.
I mean, that's also a babe on each
That's
paw.
what I've been
like
praying.
that's who can say no to that? So long as
He has
everybody is
2
willing.
paws and a tail to hold, so I don't see where the problem is.
Yeah, let's get Firestar in there too.
3 hugging appendages for a cat.
Which
Pansexual Greypaw, Millie, and Silverstream? Interesting.
Which characters still need voices? So we've only cast 13 characters, if I'm counting right. Firepaw, Greypaw, Blue Star, Spotted Leaf, Lionheart, Tiger Claw, White Storm, Longtail, Ravenpaw, and Yellowfang. All the other characters are open. He's bisexual. He's dating Firestar and Silverstream. So true.
Whoa, he's bisexual. I didn't know that.
By the way, I'm bisexual. I
You
forgot
would
to
know that.
mention
You
that.
would know that if you text me.
I'm happy with the bisexual Greypaw. That's fine with me. I'm happy with that.
Did you miss our Pride post with him?
Oh no.
No.
I
Hold
was
on.
everything the what's it called? The Sonic real-time fan dub.
Yes. Are you guys going to add references to video games and IRL stuff? I don't know how we would. They're cats. They don't really know any video games, but I mean, I'm sure there will be references to things somewhere along the way.
I think we should just put the Master Sword in the background.
We would like to have a PP cameo. If anyone's seen the Legend of
Oh,
yes.
I was on that. I did that. Let's go, PP.
PP crew unite.
No, Greypaw plays Bloodborne. I
powered
played Bloodborne
real.
with him. Literally PP Slay.
PP would not be a cat.
Oh,
I played
Thank you.
Bloodborne
Chop
with
Chop, Just Con
Greypaw.
Sandpaw. We cast them too.
PP would be a creature.
PP animal. PP paw.
Be a little
PP has been found dead in the prey pile.
Oh god!
I'm sorry, that would be great though.
All the
Everyone has no idea
princesses.
what PP is. It's so confused right now.
Fresh kill PP.
His name is Peepaw. Like pea is in like the little like green bean pea, green peas, whatever they are. I don't know their actual name.
His warrior name is PP.
I had a friend who called his grandfather Peepaw.
It's a cute name, honestly.
It is.
What are your guys' thoughts on SSS Warrior Cat? So SSS is kind of a staple of the fandom. It's you know, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak. That was everyone knows it, and it's very iconic. And again, we have at least 2 people who were part of that team.
Very cool.
Yeah, SSS is cool.
I'm trying to see why I was pinged. Who put Bakugan in the chat? Which one of y'all started this? Why would you do that to me?
Y'all are unbelievable.
Wait on Firepaw.
I think we should have a Dragonoid from Bakugan cameo. His name is Dragopaw.
Yeah, that would make so much sense.
I know it would. He would have the little, dragon horn and everything.
The idea of edgy Gray Stripe from SSS is pretty funny to me still. Maybe I'll have to, as some of the bloopers and stuff, maybe I'll have to record some edgy emo Gray Paw lines or something sometime.
Or just some random lines. I want to hear our voice actors speak with their characters. But we need lines.
What do you want to hear?
Oh my god, Blue Star's here?
Blue Star!
The actual real life Blue Star is here.
Okay, well, what is your favorite number?
What?
My favorite number? Well, 2, because that's
Your
the number.
cat. You can't.
Well, 3 because that's the number of kits I have.
Oh.
Cry.
Sorry, she really is here.
How do you operate machinery with your paws?
We took her straight from the wild. It's right here to you guys.
You guys
I don't remember ever operating any machinery.
I thought you were forklift certified, Blue Star.
No. I passed that off to White Storm.
Oh, that's true. That explains why I saw him taking the course.
I'm way too busy for a license.
Yellowfang, our actress for Yellowfang could not make it, but I will be sure to give her your regards and your kind words.
Can you imagine White Storm with a safety helmet on?
I don't have to imagine.
Lionheart, are you sure that I should be learning from this? If that's the case, I feel like that's probably an OSHA violation of some kind.
No, trust me. If you're behind the wheel, it will help hone your warrior instincts. Now go ahead and pick up that 4,000-pound pallet.
These cats have OSHA.
Neurosa,
so why don't they have OSHA? Sorry.
What was your question, Neurosco 26? What was your question? Hi, Kaida. Hi. Parkland Safety and Health Administration. Goth Frog, that's looking so good.
Thank you. I'll see if it works in motion. This is why I can never animate on paper, because I have to go through and check every 10 seconds to see if it's actually working.
That's fair.
It's working so good. I'm gonna put this in my mouth later.
Oh my god. I was
Eating
just about to
him.
say,
I'm
I love
sorry?
his little
Eating
off-
him.
I'm gonna print
no,
off this
eating this
video
animation
file
kid.
later. I'm gonna print it off and I'm gonna put it in my mouth and I'm gonna eat it.
And you will gain her powers.
Exactly.
How hard do we think it'll be to animate the fight scenes? King can answer this, and you know who else can answer this? You, Goth Frog, because you're responsible.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I
Whatever
boarded
happens next is on
the
you.
fight scene.
You
Who?
worded it so well.
Thank you. I mean, some shots are gonna be pretty simple, but I'm thinking of one particular shot that's gonna be like awful. And I don't want to go too into detail because I don't want to spoil it.
We'll talk.
But
So the nice thing about having a team, and a really big team, is that a lot of people tend to be specialized in stuff. So we'll have people who tend to be better at action-heavy stuff, and people who are better at acting and stuff like that. In general, though, big-time acting or big-time action stuff tends to be not always the hardest thing. It can be, but I feel like the really tender acting moments tends to be some of the more challenging parts, especially when you have to move the character slowly without them like going off model. So that gets a lot harder. Whereas when you have a lot of heavy action, you can sort of fudge things a bit, because if you've got a powerful animation, then the audience will feel that even if some of the model is slightly off or whatever. But some of the action stuff will definitely be a challenge, but I think it's going to be a fun challenge too for some of the animators.
yeah, I'm really excited to see it because that is the first action scene I have ever boarded, and I really want to see if I mean, I think it'll work. I want to see it work, you know?
This will be the true test of your boards.
Your boards are wonderful.
Thank you.
They are really great.
They bring nothing but joy and happiness.
Honey Cloud, you have a question for Blue Star? Ask away. She will answer. When we say boarding, we mean storyboard. So it's the first like visualization of the script.
Oh yeah, here I can show it. So up here in the corner are the initial storyboards for this shot, which I also did. So you can see like it's not animated. There's no in-betweens. It's very simple. And then those are used as a guide for the animation. Sorry if I just stole that question, but I do have the storyboard on my screen, so.
No, thank you. Which animated or otherwise media has been your creative influence? I think we mentioned Wolfwalkers earlier. That was a big one. And also, I think a lot of inspiration has just been from the Warriors fandom as a whole, because there's obviously so much fan created content that's really great for inspiration.
For when I did the fight scene, Avatar was a big influence on me personally, and like how I coordinated it.
Mm-hmm. What led you guys to join the team? So, I found an account by chance right after applications had closed. So I messaged. I was just, shot in the dark. I was like, "Hey, this is who I am. Here are my qualifications. I'd love to be a part of the project if you'll have me." And they said yes, and I joined as a screenwriter, and eventually took on other roles, and now I'm I eventually became then the story director, so I would direct the storyboard team and the screenwriting team. And then eventually I became the assistant head director along with Jupiter. But yeah, it was I messaged them after applications had closed very, very early on into the project, and they were happy to have me, which I'm so grateful for. Other directors would like to answer this?
So I missed the application process and found out about the project like 2 weeks too late, but I mentioned that in another project and Toon dragged me in against my will.
I kidnapped Neko. That is true. I'm not above it.
I think I was also kidnapped.
Now I have Stockholm syndrome.
Yay, such nepotism. I actually applied like an adult. I think I applied for animation, but then I also thought I'd give script writing a try. So I was like, listen, I've never actually written a script that I can show you, but here's all the books I've read, and here's my philosophy on writing. And
on average, how long does one shot take from start to finish? That depends on the shot. We have some long shots, some short ones, but I'll let an animator answer this.
we haven't actually begun actual production shots yet. Although, well, that's not true. We're doing
Yes,
it
we
right
have.
now during this stream. But yeah, we've been doing a lot of practice and honing our skills up until then. So we have been animating a lot, but we've been waiting on the boards to finish to actually start, production work. So, but I don't know. It's going to be hard to tell. Maybe depending on the shot, anywhere from a couple of days to 3 weeks. I don't know. And it also depending on that person's time, because we're not all full-time doing this as our day jobs. This is whenever we have free time in the evenings, or some of us may be able to do this as our day jobs if we're in school and we're between classes or something. But yeah, it's just going to be very, very highly dependent on a lot of factors. But yeah, I would say anywhere from a couple days to 3 weeks probably would be a good range.
Warrior Cats dub. I see you. We've interacted a couple times on Twitter. Shoot me a DM and we'll talk. Just on the WCAnimated Twitter. Did we have to make any cuts to the story so far? Yeah, there have been some cuts. There's a lot of fluff in the first book, especially. There's a lot that's just, here's the day-to-day of clan life, and a lot of that was just kind of, we were losing the momentum of the story, so we did try to, we have cut some things, but we've also added some other things. I can't be sure, but I hope that in the end everyone will be really happy with the changes made to the script.
I should hope there's fluff. They're cats. Did you shave them?
Boo.
When do we tell him?
Shaved warrior cats when?
Now.
Peeled.
I also have a question real quick, if that's okay.
Yes. What is your question?
What is everyone's favorite part of Arc 1?
Oh.
Casey.
I have two favorite parts, but one of them I don't think I can say. Or I don't know if I can say about both of them.
You guys don't like him?
I mean, I think he's great, but he's scaring me.
Wait, what parts are our actors looking forward to voicing the most? What moments? Did we already ask that questions? I think they
Voice
would
actors
do.
can answer that. Is there what? And I can change that a little bit to be, what part of your character do you like the most? What part of voicing your character, or your character in general? Connor, you can start.
Sure. So I'm really looking forward to kind of playing Lionheart's interactions with Blue Star in the beginning, because that's one thing that I think like he's there in the very beginning to like help get Rusty acclimated, and as one of the Firepod's one of the few characters in the beginning that's like very much like, here, let's give this kid a chance. And I really like the dynamic like as a deputy of the tribe and a warrior himself. So I'm looking forward to that a lot. And then I'm also really looking forward to the dynamic between Greypaw, Firepaw, and Ravenpaw, because I think that'll be kind of a a lot of fun to kind of like have that like coming of age narrative, which I think their storyline kind of follows in the beginning of the books.
I don't know if we're just kind of going down the line, but I'd be
Yeah.
happy to.
You can go ahead.
The thing I'm most excited for, and this is something that we've talked about internally, but externally, there's a lot of like portrayal and stuff like that of Greypaw as this kind of character who is like a traitor and kind of a jerk and etc. At a lot of different various points, but really I really want to portray Greypaw as the way that I've always seen him, which is just this absolute goof, just a big dork and goofball that like is joking around a lot and kind of pulling pranks and doing stuff like that a lot of the time, and overall just like a loyal character who loves his friends and loves his family and wants to protect everyone that he's close with. So I'm very excited to portray him as a very lovable goofball kind of character and bring that out of him a lot more than some of the portrayals I've seen.
Is Diana here?
I would love for you to repeat the question for me, please.
Just what aspect of your character are you most excited to portray, or do you like the best, or what really appeals to you about your character? Kind of.
Oh,
it was a
gosh,
big question. That's my fault.
There's so many things. I mean, the biggest challenge is going to be working with Blue Star's breakdown and her loss of faith. But I love how she's so motherly. I love how that she's so elegant. I love that she's a natural leader. There's just, I mean, this is kind of a dream come true for me to be able to voice this character. So, and exploring all the relationships with like with Firepaw as like a surrogate son, and I could just go on forever, but I'm going to stop there.
Oh, I have a bunch of questions coming about music. Will there be music in every shot, Shiro?
Well, the thing about scoring is like a lot of the times silence does a lot more than music will. It's kind of an art in terms of like how you want the scene to sound, the kind of ambience, the kind of mood that you want to portray. And sometimes like if you have a situation where things are like super super bleak, or somebody's very pensive about something, then that silence of like you know, just the ambience of the area and just having nothing but that dead air does a lot more to to heighten the emotion of the situation than music would. So it's not really necessary every scene.
And then what do you use to write the music?
It depends on the composer. We're trying to make things a little bit homogenous so that we have a similar sound in the music department. I personally use mostly the sound library. Oh my gosh, what's it called? Cinematic Studio series. So Cinematic Studio Strings, Cinematic Studio Brass, and the actual program that I use is Pro Tools. But Merry Musician uses Cubase. I believe Sammy J Lane also uses Pro Tools, but we're all trying to use the Cinematic Studio series as the orchestral side of it. But we're probably also going to look at contact instruments as well for outside, like the kind of like Scottish Celtic sounds. There are a lot of good contact libraries for that as well. So those are probably the primary things we'll be using.
For sure. And Goth Frog, if you want to show us what you have so far, we are about to switch over to King. King, are you ready?
I sure am.
All right, let me just play through it a couple times then, so that everybody can see it.
Another round of applause for Casey's amazing animations and just amazing work overall.
So what program is this? Oh, this is TV Paint. I've used Toon Boom before, which is what Kate uses, but I do not own it because it's my student license ran out. Anyway, thanks for having me.
That looks so cool.
It's so good. I
Save
also
it,
use.
and I just. Oh,
Sorry. I also use TV Paint sometimes, but with working on like PP over the course of like earlier this year, I've become very acclimated to Toon Boom, and I'm just like, wow, this program is pretty tasty.
It's pretty great. All right, should I just stop screen sharing then?
Yeah, go ahead, and I'm gonna go ahead and bring this screen up, and I will switch on over to King.
All right, bye everybody.
Thank you for streaming.
All right, and we are swapped over. Has a little bit of a black area on this side. I'm not sure if I can fix that or not. I think that's just the screen size issue.
Oh my gosh, we get a shot.
Love how pretty those thumbnails are, those
Play
roughs.
through it a little bit, and then I'll get started.
So
I'm
pretty.
so excited.
Excited.
Is there a rat or a mouse in the loading screen? Probably. I think there is one in there.
Yeah, there is.
Oh no.
And before anyone asks, I am in Krita today.
Hey,
Someone
Krita.
recognized it actually right away.
Yes, Krita Team Unite.
Krita's free, which means it's the best program.
Can we upload this onto YouTube when the stream ends? We will do our best. Yes. Which book are we looking forward to animating? I'm looking forward to Forest of Secrets on a Dangerous Path, personally.
Yeah, Forest of Secrets for sure.
Forest of Secrets is my favorite of the original books.
Everyone's asking who you're animating, King.
Well, we have Blue Star and Spotted Leaf. I see some of their model sheets here. I had a moment where I was like, wait, did I say Leaf Pool? Because I get them mixed up. Anyway, Spotted Leaf. Yeah, I got the boards over here, the model sheets, and an extra view of Blue Star's head because she's going to be in a down position, and I just want to make sure I'm getting that closer to right.
She's tough.
She has definitely been a challenge for everybody, except Indigo, who seems to be nailing her. So we'll just make Indigo draw her all the time.
The Spotted Leaf's, Spotted Leaf's actress, Ariana, could not make it.
Yo says gladly.
What What is the process of making an episode? This is going to be kind of a long answer. That's like a pretty big question. So for making an episode, pre-production is obviously first. We work on scripts while design teams work on characters and locations and all that kind of thing. And then once the script is done, no, it's okay. It's not too much of a question. It's just there's a lot of steps. It's a little bit of a complicated process, so bear with us. Once our script is done and we have enough of an understanding of our kind of settings and our characters as far as those designs, then we start moving into storyboard. And so storyboard artists create storyboards for the different scenes, and once that's done, we work on background layouts, and then animation happens. And while background layouts are being worked on, that's when our voice actors typically are recording all their lines and getting direction and doing retakes. So we can all put that all into an animatic so that we can have the timing right and start animation. And then once we have our animation, it goes on to post-production. Compositing works their magic. We get sound done by our sound team. And then, yeah, at the end of it, someday we will have a full episode, eventually. Thank you guys for all your really sweet comments.
And we couldn't do any of this without the direction of our wonderful directors, Jupiter and Toon.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah,
They're
definitely.
to keep all of us organized and everything functional, and
it's actually
really
such a job. Like you
It
would
is.
think of the production work of like, you know, oh, all the art and the animation and all the stuff that goes into it and all the visual things that you guys see, all our posts on Twitter and the videos and everything else. But honestly, organizing the team and like scheduling things and, you know, like that's a ton of work, and you don't really see it except you notice that the project is updating on time and people are, you know, getting to see content. But like there's all this behind the scenes work that's just pure organization and wrangling all these cats, which, as you all know, is a very difficult thing to do. So
I don't know what you're talking about. I call when they call when I call.
Oh my god, you have the only trained cats in the entire world then.
I play with them so much they're just like, ooh, is she gonna play with me? Is she gonna pet me? I don't know. I don't think they actually know their names. Bijou is visiting me right
now. I do want to read this comment because it's just very sweet. It's from Astra Pika, and it says, "Hello, I don't usually comment a lot out of shyness, but thank you all so much for your hard work. Everything looks absolutely beautiful. I hope you all have a very nice day, afternoon, or night. Please know that I'm overjoyed with each of your posts." Thank you. That's very sweet.
That name sounds so familiar.
Is a leaf. Mm. I really like the designs of the characters. Thank you. We have a really great team that does the character designs. How do you come up with colors for each cat that go well together? I'm terrible with colors. Someone else take this one.
There's a big wheel with colors on it, and when the wheel lands, that's what color we pick. I'm not a character designer. I'm not. No.
If it's a character like Blue Star where she has to be a certain color, we choose the blue wheel, and then it's a shade of one of those things.
Yeah, we just spin it. I'm not in character design, but it's a very iterative process. Like, what you see is usually the result of like dozens, if not more, variations of designs kind of all building on each other until we finally narrow down what's looking the best. Like, I know some characters, like Cinderpelt, have taken a very long time with a lot of different ideas presented before it narrowed down to what we have now.
And we always there's so many shades of gray until you begin to talk about a cat. Cinderpelt.
I was gonna say for character design, we always make sure we follow the official character color, but so we have a little bit of a network to work off, like a frame.
Tail.
Someone say my name.
No.
Oh, okay. Yes, we love Cat the Rat. I love this art style. We love this art style too. I love it so much. Doesn't matter that I've been looking at it for like a year and a half. I'm still so in love with it.
Thank you.
Whenever we put out that we're answering questions, everyone asks when we can expect the first episode. When will it come out? When we have a release date, you guys will be the first to know. I promise.
So one reason we don't want to answer release date stuff is because if we say a date, everyone expects that. And then if there's any delays, people get really upset and impatient. So release date is something that no one wants to put out until we're 100% sure we can meet that date.
I think now that we're about to begin like animation and stuff, we're gonna in a couple of months or so, we're gonna have a better idea maybe of like how long the whole thing will take. We probably still won't post anything for a while, but we should have a better large scale idea, and then maybe sometime down the road we'll be able to post a release date for each episode as the time gets closer. But there's just so many factors since we're not all working full-time on this, that's a huge factor right there. We may be very busy one month and then the next month everybody's on vacation or taking a break or college starts, yeah, exactly. So we may we just don't know ahead of time who's going to be available.
We just have to put our lives before the project, and then in the spare time we do the project. So
now the nice thing is there's like 300,000 million people on this project, so I think that's going to help a lot. So even if like somebody gets has to go deal with real life, there's always somebody that can jump in and help out. So that's something we have that is somewhat rare in other projects. So
lives in the future, we hope so. And if that's something people are interested, then I think, yeah, absolutely. This is also a question we get a lot about how much it'll deviate from canon. We're sticking to the source material pretty closely, if I do say so myself, but there will be some changes inevitably. Just cutting things or adding things, changing certain events. It happens. What's everyone's favorite breed of cat? I have a Scottish fold, so I'm biased. I have to say that now.
long hair, fluffy cats. Basically, big fluffy
My
cats.
heart belongs to the naked cats that I cannot pronounce the name of.
The
I like
Sphinx
Maine
cat?
Coons and Bengal cats.
Sphinx. It's
Sphinx.
Sphinx.
It's Sphinx. See? No, there's no way. It's naked mole rat.
It's a naked one, yeah.
The
I
fleshy
gotta say
cats.
Bengals.
Fleshy cat.
Yeah. Mine is probably domestic short hair purely because it's the one that I have, and it's also just lowercase cat. It's just generic cat. Really?
Same. But it's
Standard issue cat.
Yeah.
The cat that
That's what I have as well.
The cat that I grew up was a Balinese, and I absolutely love them to death. So that's probably my favorite for sure.
They're beautiful cats.
They are really pretty. Yeah, Balinese.
Ginger cats are its own breed.
They're
color
like
is
the color.
entirely,
They're like
yeah.
the color of a Siamese cat, but with like slightly different patterns and stuff like that. I'll find you. I'll put a picture in the chat, like in our Discord chat for you, just to see.
I would have to say my favorite's probably Oriental short hairs. I like that they honk.
They do.
Are those the ones that look like house elves?
Yeah.
Favorite flavor of cat.
Isn't a breed per se, but I tend to like calicos.
Calicos.
I like tortoiseshell tabbies.
Yes, tortoiseshell tabbies are so cool.
I'm not just
I like how they're like
pretty cool. I have one, so I'm biased.
Well, yeah, I know Neko has one too. Yeah, I love their little
Black cats.
flecks of
Black
orange
cats.
on their tabby.
Black cats are beloved.
Yeah, cats are so many different kinds of like color combinations. It's really fun. Tuxedo cats are a good one. Good choice. Diluted calico, also good choice. Anything that's a tortoiseshell or calico.
For concept artists, what has been your favorite type of environment to design? And they, between forests, moors, caverns, etc. Casey, you can start this one if you have an answer.
Could you repeat the question, please?
What has been your favorite environment to design?
Oh. Okay, for that, for sure, ThunderClan's been pretty good. I've really liked seeing what designs were made for like how the cats live in that camp, and how it's all put together, and especially seeing how lived in it looks. Like there's some parts of the camp that have like cat scratches in them and such, and there's just like history in it, and it's just so pretty to look at. And I think everyone on the team is just doing a really great job. And that's mostly and honestly, it's a hard question to ask, because just so much of what everyone does in the concept team is just a thrill to see get designed, and also get the opportunity to design along with them. So yeah, but ThunderClan's mostly one of my top picks at the current moment of production.
I'm curious about what kittens look like, and are there differences between apprentices and warrior cats when it comes to size in this art style? This is actually something I think a lot of us feel very strongly about, is that, most people tend to portray apprentices as like kittens. Cats are pretty grown by 6 months. And so not fully, so there will be a size difference and there will be a difference between, you know, Rusty when we first meet him and Fireheart, but there's definitely a lot of differences, and yes, kits will be as adorable as you can imagine. You can kind of see them for our Mother's Day post on our social medias. For character designers, which character that we've not gotten to yet are you most excited to design?
Man, it's far out there.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess I'm
So many.
excited for, like, designing the children, like, of characters that we already designed. So, like, Firestar's children, or, like...
I'm excited for
stuff like that.
Golden Flower, because she hasn't been designed yet. I like it when... I like designing the characters that are related to other characters, because then it's fun to make them look related.
I would be excited for Greywing, but he's completely out there. Or like Dovewing too. Sorry, Greywing. Goodness, is that his?
Dawn of the Clans.
Greywing from Dawn of the Clans, yes.
Yes.
I love him.
I'm really excited to see how we're gonna do Bramble Kit to make him look cute, but also still resemble his dad.
For Fireheart to look at this kitten and be like, instead of being like, "Aw," to be like,
Yeah. He's just born with like a full beard and everything.
Kids have blue eyes at birth, or will they have their future eye color like in this series? Mariah would probably be the one to answer this. I'm not sure.
Maybe if there was like a newborn kitten shot, they'd have, or almost newborn, I guess.
Yeah,
they'd have
I don't.
blue eyes, but like other than that, like I think we might just keep them to their adult color eyes, just for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
Or recognizability's sake. Yeah, I like including cat facts like that in, so it's... How you doing, King?
Doing good.
And speaking of King, what scene are you most excited to see animated?
Actually pretty excited about this shot I'm working on right now. I know when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that would be so fun to animate, because it's like kitty behavior, you know, kitties rubbing up on each other kind of thing. I don't know. Pretty cool. Anything with a lot of acting. I really like acting stuff and like lip sync and all that kind of stuff. So any of the big dramatic scenes where somebody's talking and their camera is like close up on them, or, you know, mid shot or whatever, anything like that. As far as scenes from the story, I love Blue Star a lot, so any of Blue Star's more emotional scenes would be really fun. It doesn't have to be like sad, but just like even her being proud of something or showing a lot of emotion. So yeah, any of that stuff.
King, that's such a coincidence. I really like acting too.
No way.
Crazy, I know.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Glad we're on the same project.
I love acting Blue Star as well. What a coincidence.
Oh my gosh, wait. You guys are Warriors fans? Hold on.
No way.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, they're cats?
Oh, whoops. Spoilers.
Did we not tell him? Firepaw training, yes. I am going to. I love what we have so far. I won't say anything else.
Is everyone girl bossing right now? What do you guys think? Are we?
Casually, maybe.
Do people have certain assignments given to them that are on the team? Yes, absolutely. Even when we're not in production, people are given assignments. May I ask how everyone is doing? You may. We're doing all right. This was kind of like stressful right before this started because of the last minute adjustment. Everyone else, how are we doing?
I'd say we were consuming my brain.
I'd say a bit of a bumpy start off at first, but so far it's been really fun. I'm really enjoying myself just getting to watch more of my favorite people work and getting to just hang out and chat and talk with you all and hear and answer questions to the audience. How about everyone else?
I mean, it's always cool to see behind the scenes work, and it's even cooler for it to be a project that you're working on and be live. So I'm having the time of my life. I love this.
Me too. I love streams so much. I'm having a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely same. I'm full of ice cream sandwich and milkshake, and I'm living my best life.
That sounds amazing.
There's
It's
no
not
other
going to
way
be
to be,
amazing in
really.
about an hour. I'm lactose intolerant. I'm going to die in 30 minutes, but it's worth it.
Oh no.
Worth it. It is worth it. Every lactose intolerant person I have ever known has always been like, well, whatever, I'll just deal with it, and they've eaten it anyway.
You can't die in 30 minutes, but the stream won't be over by then.
That's fine.
It's
I can
not
keep
gonna
going.
stop me. I don't care. Oh, I'm interested to know the answer here. Which of the designs is the hardest to animate?
Blue Star has been traditionally very difficult to draw for us, but anyone else can answer
for
that.
real.
She's hard to draw.
But her design is too pretty. It's worth it.
It is. It is worth it, totally.
I think
Does anyone else have a different answer?
I was going to say for me, it's probably going to be Sandpaw. I think her face shape is going to be very difficult to keep in the round. I feel like I'm going to struggle with her and Ravenpaw a lot.
Definitely our more angular characters are going to be trickier to draw. Like Longtail's design, oh boy, that's going to be a hard one. And Lion is surprisingly really hard to draw or animate.
I'm not an animator, but from a compositing standpoint, when we were doing the shadow masking for the casting calls, Lionheart was the hardest from the first casting call, and I would say Tiger Claw was the hardest from the second casting call work.
The weird looking cats. I don't.
Yeah, the ones that got a lot of fluff to them, it seems.
Because even if they're weird looking, like the good thing about that is that if they're slightly off, they still look fine.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a lot of people have trouble with Tiger Claw.
Oh yeah, I try to take that responsibility whenever I can.
Yeah, something about some of the characters, the way that their cheek transitions into fur is rough. And I think the more pronounced the cheek into fur transition is, the more difficult they are for me personally. Because it's like, where does the fur start? And where does the cheek end and the fur begin?
Well, there's like a line between their canine and like the edge of their eye socket, the outer edge of their eye socket. So I like to like think of that line a lot for cat drawing.
Yeah,
very important, very shapely.
Yeah, but if I was doing like a full like slow turnaround of one of their faces, I think I would have trouble like moving the fur.
Oh, I mean that's
face.
That's what I'm here to do with the turnarounds. I have to go back to Tiger Claw again and check him over. And I'm working on Firepaw right now.
Yeah, everyone in the
Is that a
style
question
department is like
that's
crazy talented.
I have a question that is about the process for choosing voice actors. So, there are always a lot of auditions. Both times we've opened, we've gotten around 2,000 auditions. So, a head director goes through them, reviews those, and then creates a short list, which is anywhere from 3 to 12 finalists, basically, and then those are reviewed by our sound director and our performance director, so Shiro and Zur, and then kind of final decisions are made from that. It is always a difficult process.
I want to give a lot of love to Toon and Jupiter for going through every single audition and application over the fall, like between the 2,000 auditions and what was it, 1,200 applications? Give or take?
Yeah, something like that.
They went through all of that with just almost by themselves for the most part. And it must have been a very painful process. But we love them for it.
Kind of. Well, and people don't make it easy. Choosing just one voice is so hard. We get a lot of really, really great auditions. I think this shot's gonna be so nice.
I'm so excited. It's coming out really nice so far.
A lot of
It
these
really
are so
is.
pleasant.
I guess this is a question for the animators because it's been a very long time since I've been involved in any type of animation. When you're working in Krita, do you have access to like audio previews, or is it purely just like 2D stuff? Because I don't know like how extensive that program is.
There is audio. It's a little bit, it's not great for scrubbing, but you can import it. And like if you hit play, it'll play it back in the timeline, which is really nice. They're always updating, so I'm hoping that's something they're going to fix in the future, because if I'm using it for lip sync, it's very difficult to use. So that's something I hope they fix. But I have been able to use it before for dialogue. It's just a little bit chunky. It doesn't always scrub really well. You can sort of hear it when you're scrubbing, so you can get a general idea of where the sounds are, but yeah, it does let you import audio and you can listen to it. Like if you hit play, it'll play normally, kind of thing.
Cool. Yeah, it's always interesting seeing like how different people use different types of software.
Definitely a Krita evangelist, so I love using it. I love that it's free, and I remember trying to use Photoshop to animate because I wanted that kind of drawing ability. And I remember I finally went and bought Clip Studio Paint, and I was like, all right, well now I can finally do this. And then it was just so awkward to use for me. I was like, I want something like Photoshop but with a timeline. And then I found Krita, and it was Photoshop with a timeline, and I was like, ah, yes. So I actually paid for Clip Studio and ended up never using it, and then just switched to Krita, and I've been using it ever since.
Oh no, not the Krita propaganda again. What was that?
That was the laugh of someone who only uses Krita for animation.
That's right.
Truly deranged. Truly out of it.
Someone asked, and I actually don't know what I think is the answer to this. Which design is the most quote unquote canon compliant? So which design is like closest to, you know, is the most canonical and fits best with the book's description. And I'm not sure
I
who
mean, they
that.
all kind of fit.
Hey,
vaguely.
Greypaw? Because he's
I
a
was
pretty
gonna say
yeah.
gray stripe, or actually, if you look at Spotted Leaf and like you look at her face markings, they're based on the face markings from her official art. Yeah, thank you, King. Like if you look at her official art, it was in like the Warrior's Guide.
But also,
it's the same face markings. So I'm like,
we gave her a leaf tail. So she's also
Yeah.
perhaps not the most canon cat. She is and she isn't. I love the leaf tail so much.
I feel like Blue Star looks like her canon design.
Whenever I joined the project and like initially saw the designs and saw that Spotted Leaf had a leaf tail, I had the dumbest smile on my face. I was like, "Oh, that's so smart and good. Oh, I love that so much." It's like my favorite part of her design. It's so good.
I'm partial to the little beauty mark. It's great. Everything about Spotted Leaf's design is amazing.
Thanks, guys. I don't remember who said this, but like we were animating her for a promo, and whoever was animating her was like, it might have been Fire. Was like, oh, like her ears are also leaves. Like that's so clever. And I was like, oh, yeah, I totally meant to do that.
Totally on purpose.
It's just leaves all the way down.
I think I stole her ear shape from Blue Star earlier designs when she had sort of a different ear shape, and I really liked it, and I was like, I'm sticking this on Spotted Leaf.
Spotted Leaf's design always leaves people really excited.
Neko.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Neko, can you
No,
hear
sorry.
me, Neko? Neko, I'm talking right in your ear right now. I think you should make more puns. Thank you.
How long did it take to make the animation for the voice audition? So, how many people do we have here who worked on that? I know, Gothfrog, you did. How long did Spotted Leaf take? And then,
I'm not sure, actually. It's been a while since that one, and I know I was working, like, it's always hard to get an accurate idea of how long these things take because I work full-time. So it's like, you know, if I don't have a lot to do at work, I'll like do, you know, like an hour here, an hour there, like, or work on it, you know, on the weekends. So I don't think it took me very long to actually do the rough animation. And then Okami cleaned it up.
Yeah.
I don't like clean up.
Well, boy, I got some good news for you.
Huh?
Uh-oh, spoilers! I don't even think we've told anybody else this yet.
You don't have to say anything now. I'm just...
I'm afraid.
And then we also had like there was a background for the casting call, and there was also a color script, so there was a lot beyond animation that was part of that process.
How long was the whole process like from start to end? Like I feel like it wasn't that long. Like
No. I think from when it was conceptualized to when it was finished, like 2 months? Something like that?
Maybe a little bit longer, but it went by pretty fast.
It was like, yeah, a handful
I
of
have
months.
no concept
2 or 3
of time.
months.
They're wrong.
That was the figure, or that was the number I had in my head too. Was like
the second teaser with Spotted Leaf, that one went by really fast.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was...
Is that the one that I did fire effects for?
Yes.
We were trying to get that out for the anniversary of the book.
That's the one where whoever animated Spotted Leaf and that was like, oh my gosh, her ears are leaves. And I was like, sure.
Definitely intentional.
Okay, I kind of see them as leaves too because of the way they're shaped.
Yeah,
So
I can see
I
it.
mean, like,
I can see.
I'll take credit for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Canon.
Did it
You heard it
on
here first,
purpose.
folks. They are definitely leaves.
just take the win.
Can I bring up something real quick about this stream that I just realized?
Yes.
Because of all the viewers and all the followers, we have literally met 2 out of 4 requirements for affiliate, and I think that's really cool.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds
That's
cool.
beautiful.
Affiliate,
That's pretty incredible.
yeah, it is. It really is. Affiliate is basically the start of any kind of like money earning path on Twitch.
Oh.
So people, if we got affiliate, people could subscribe to the like the Twitch channel with like I think it can sometimes use like Amazon Prime. I think there's a way that goes around. I'm not super well versed in that aspect because I'm just like I don't know what any of this means. Thank you.
Amazon Prime, the easy way to subscribe.
Yeah.
I for reference,
Yeah.
I grinded personally for like my own Twitch channel. I grinded streams and did stuff almost daily for about 6 or 7 months to get to the point of having affiliate and being able to like start having like subscribers and stuff like that. Yeah, this was before I really had any kind of like following or had any like anime roles or really anything to my name, but it was like a 7 or 8 month process or something like that to actually get to that point. So to just be there instantly is kind of hilarious to me for sure.
Well,
That's really
the other
awesome.
aspects of affiliate is streaming for I think it's 8 hours and then streaming on 7 different days within a month. So we might meet the 8-hour mark depending on how long the stream goes, but we can't meet 7 days in one stream. Not with like, keeping our sanity.
We don't have time to
I'll
run
do
a
it.
stream and make an episode.
I'll do it.
You're gonna keep my computer up and running for 7 days straight? That's incredible of you. I hope you give it plenty of water.
I don't know how I don't know how long it like the requirement is. Like maybe over the next because I think it's 7 days in a month. Just over the next couple days, just like turn on the stream for 5 minutes and then turn it off.
Just play peekaboo with the stream, yeah.
I mean, we did do a little peekaboo before we started streaming just to make sure encoding was working. So no one was.
Hey everybody, look at this cat.
Well, it was just a black screen for like 3 seconds and then it was immediately off
Can you
again.
imagine can you imagine sub sounds being like in smudge voice? I can only think of smudge voice for this.
That's how we
I
would
don't think
tease.
anyone
That's
else
how we would
do it.
tease new characters with 5 minutes of the game at the face of it.
No.
I'm currently working on an animation meme with my own Warriors OC, so you guys are really motivating me. Oh, I'm so glad. I hope it turns out well. Keep working on it. Blue Star is looking so pretty.
For real.
Diana, look how pretty you look.
Oh, I think
No, I know. I'm always so impressed. Like you guys make me look really good.
King
WC animated, but the voice actors can only meow.
Oh, we need a
Star's
meow
just-
version.
Meow.
Blue Star's just one of those characters who looks good in anything you put her in, so yeah.
Connor, was it you that was asking like what the characters would taste like?
I asked what flavor of warrior cats when
What
someone
flavor?
asked
Yeah,
foods.
apparently, according to one of the comments, I would taste. They would be vodka flavored.
Oh my god! I thought you would be more
Blue Star would
wine
definitely-
flavored.
Blue Star's definitely
Yeah.
vodka flavored.
Red wine.
Yeah, red wine.
I personally prefer red wine, but
Yeah, there we go.
Warrior Cats
I do like
animated
the
drink list.
question. What are the flavors of each cat?
Also, everyone take a last look at King's work as we're about to switch over to Neko.
Oh, cute. I stare. Very hard.
So good.
Look at that.
It's beautiful.
Just the
I
subtle
love that leaf
movements
tail.
in all your
Fair
lines is so
intensity.
amazing.
And just you can feel like Blue Star's weariness. Oh, so good.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see it complete. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited, guys.
This is the fast, exciting part. Then I gotta tie down the model that takes all day long, and it's frustrating, but also delightful and fun. But I figured I would do
Worth
the
it
fast
in
part
the
for the
end.
stream. Yes.
Okay. Then Kate, if you're ready, and Neko, you're ready, we can go ahead and switch over.
Go ahead and switch everything up. Give me just a moment. There we go. It's compositing time, baby.
That's a great first frame.
It's so good.
I intentionally started on this frame.
I believe
It's
it.
perfect.
Tiger Claw at his sassiest.
My favorite part of compositing is stopping on the silly in-betweens.
Yes.
I
Oh
have
wait, I
a-
know what this is.
So Neko, if you want to show them the animation with before comp starts, this animation is by Sun, who is in the chat.
Go for it.
Yeah, here is.
With audio, please.
Oh, yeah, let
Yes,
me turn on
audio.
audio for this. Give me a second. It should be turned up now. I'll turn it off after this, though, so it doesn't play it a bunch.
Well, before you assume I'm guilty, won't you hear my story? Well, before you...
God, Firepaw in the corner, just waiting.
He's just watching.
Well,
There we
before
go.
you assume I'm guilty, won't you hear my story?
Oh, so good. I'm gonna turn off audio
Was
for this
it-
now.
Was the audio on? I'm not hearing
It was. It was. And I could
Sorry,
tell
it's
Discord
quiet.
was picking it up.
I think it's too loud.
Still love watching this move.
It's just so good.
Yes. Sun's work is just amazing.
So I just want to talk a little bit about this shot because this is an example of one of the assignments that we did. And this is the kind of stuff we were working on before production actually began. So we were getting familiar with using these characters and drawing them and animating them. There's a lot of useful stuff that comes out of here, like we learn which cats are going to be really hard to animate, for instance, and then that's going to help us during production. But it also gave the animation team something to do while we were waiting, so we weren't just sitting around twiddling our thumbs going, when's production going to start? So I think I had them get a voice clip from anywhere. It could be from a movie or a TV show or anything else, and then animate one of the warrior cats from our project saying it and acting and stuff. So Sun did an incredible job with Tiger with this one. I don't know if they want to talk about it as well.
I can't believe I get to pick Neko's brain now.
What brain?
Your comp brain. Your massive big brain.
Neko's shriveled dry brain because they never drink water.
This is true.
Drink your water.
I have soda right next to me. It's perfectly fine.
No, it is not. Do not follow in Neko's example, everyone.
Please don't.
Too late.
Yes.
So cool to see the comp broken down because, like, it's another animal all on its own, like a totally different beast.
For sure.
I always start with like a still frame, like a key pose, so that's why I'm starting on the last frame of this, and then I'll be animating on the masks to the rest of it from there.
Neko, someone is asking, what is the most prominent Adobe After Effects you use the most? For example, the blur for the characters, the light rays from your most recent piece on Twitter, etc.
So for effects, I think the most common things would be the fractal noise and turbulent displace. A lot of the effects I do, like the God rays or fog, I usually use those as a base at some point or another. For general compositing, it's mostly just masking and the occasional hue saturation adjustments, color correction type tools, and a lot of set mats. Like you see here, I use probably this one the most, but it's just lazier way of doing the alpha mats.
What program is this?
Adobe After Effects.
Do you guys ever feel embarrassed for liking warrior cats? I feel like it's a guilty pleasure of mine, but I always feel embarrassed for it. I'm too old for that. I'm too old for other people to tell me what I'm allowed to like. I'm too old to care. So, it's I understand because I did feel that way for like a long time about, hiding my interests, feeling ashamed of my interests. But then I decided I'm too old for that. Life's too short. Like what you like. Don't waste time being embarrassed about it because you will regret that.
There is a really great C.S. Lewis quote about this, where he says that those who use adult as a term of approval cannot be adults themselves. Because to be obsessed with what people think about you, whether you're reading something childish, is something that children think about. But when you grow up, you can put that aside and do what you want because now you're an adult and you can just enjoy yourself.
I love
In
that.
all honesty, yeah. In all honesty, I've never encountered anyone who's in my real life who's even ever heard of warrior cats, and nobody really takes that much of an interest in the warrior cat stuff that I do. So I've never really had the opportunity to feel guilty or ashamed. Not that I would, because the art that's made for the story and the story itself is too cool to feel that way. But in reality, yeah, I've never really had an opportunity to feel that way. So I don't know about the rest of you.
I constantly have to explain it to my coworkers. I work at a game studio, and I'm always like, "Oh, I'm on this Warrior Cats project." They're like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Well, it's these cats." And like, I have to explain the whole thing because most of them have never heard of it.
I mean, I have to explain like what whenever we post something new for this project, I like to show my family, and my family is all supportive and stuff, but they don't really know the story all that much. They're just like, "Ooh, cats and such," and that's about it. And I have to explain like battle cats, wild cats, such like that. And yeah, so again, I mostly just meet a lot of people who are confused of my interests because they don't have context. But so yeah, not a whole lot
For
of
me,
like.
it turns out like most of the people that I talk to have no idea what it is, but their kids do.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, the kids do. Yes, that's more accurate.
And honestly,
They're
the
not
time that you
exactly-
spend being embarrassed about something is time being taken away from enjoying something. So there's no point in being embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but the kids, they're not kids' books by any means. Like, there's murder in this.
Not
And I know it's easier said than done. I know it's not as easy as just shrugging your shoulders and saying, I'm not embarrassed anymore. It is a journey, and it's something you're going to have to fight yourself on until it becomes habit. But genuinely, just like, what is the point in letting other people tell you what you're allowed to like and what you're not? There's no point in that. You're wasting time that you could spend being happy and enjoying the thing. There's too much. It sounds cheesy, but there's just too much darkness in this world to let other people dictate where you're allowed to get your happiness.
Absolutely. Do you guys want to hear the quote? I found it.
Yes.
For it.
It says,
Better it.
critics who treat adult as a term of approval instead of as a merely descriptive term cannot be adult themselves. To be concerned about being grown up, to admire the grown up because it is grown up, to blush at the suspicion of being childish, these things are the marks of childhood and adolescence. And in childhood and adolescence, they are in moderation healthy symptoms. Young things ought to want to grow. But to carry on into middle life or even into early manhood, this concern about being an adult is a mark of really arrested development.
I love
So
that.
in
That's really cool.
layman's terms, if you say you are this, like an adult, for instance, then you're not really an adult?
Well, no, it's
Yeah,
saying
it's
that
like
if you're
saying
if
if
you're
you're
obsessed with what makes you adult, if you're saying,
right,
you know,
if you're saying, oh,
if
you
you're
can't do that
obsessed
because
with
it is childish and you are an adult, so you can't be childish.
you're obsessed with appearing as adult or coming off as adult, that's childish because an adult is mature and confident enough to know that, you know, your years and your wisdom and your experience in life, those things make you an adult. Appearing to
Like
others
saying,
as someone
yeah.
with adult interests is not adult.
He's saying that
Heard
when
of-
you're a child, you ought to want to grow up because you're a child, and that's a normal process for you to grow up and become an adult. But then when you're an adult, you no longer have to worry about growing up because you are grown up, so do what you want.
I mean, I'm in my 40s and I missed the books when they first came out, but becoming part of this, I've read the first series and I've read Blue Star's Prophecy, so if I don't know everything about Blue Star and the entire series, I apologize, but I love them. I love them. I can't believe I missed this the first time around, and so I'm so happy to be part of this because I discovered something new that I love.
Yes.
Yes. I also used to be
Okay, this
pretty.
person
Oh,
said
sorry.
this makes them feel better. I'm really glad that that makes you feel better. That's good to hear.
Yeah, sorry, Nico. I don't know what's going on with the UI. I don't know why it's doing like that. Because it's not cut off. It's not cut off on the transform factor in OBS. I'm not sure what's going on with it.
Yeah, it's seeming to cut off the sidebar, you know, everything on the left, and
Yeah.
probably a little bit on the right too.
I mean, I can try to mess
But I
with
don't
it
have
real
any of
quick
the
if you
UI on
want,
right.
and see if I can fix it. But I don't know what all will happen. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna fiddle with this for a second then.
Okay.
Let's see what I can fix.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. Let's see.
I love watching Firepod just chill in the corner. He's so neat.
Yeah, give him a little bucket of popcorn or something.
He's just looking.
He's just chilling.
Trying to find the
Currently
balance here.
He's just admiring
small.
He's just admiring the strongest warrior in ThunderClan at present before the truth comes out.
Somebody asked a question about needing a mic to audition. So when you first start voice acting, a lot of people, I mean, get overwhelmed with the amount of equipment that they supposedly need in order to do it. But the biggest thing that a lot of established voice actors will tell you that your environment is way more important than your mic. So, I mean, make sure that you're in a space that can absorb any sort of background noise. And there's simple ways to do that. I always love to say pillow fort, but and the other one that I love to say is even if you just put a towel over your head while you're recording. Billie Eilish recorded her album doing that in a hotel room. I know that for a fact. I saw that in a documentary. But yeah, I mean, eventually, yes, upgrade. But I think you can do these things on your phone when you start. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I know.
I agree with that. A audition with a not so great mic is not as jarring to me as when I'm listening to an audition and I hear people in the background, I hear dogs barking, I hear cats meowing, I hear fans, I hear loud air conditioners. So definitely I think when I'm listening to auditions, in my experience, I care more about you being in a quiet place than having a crystal clear mic.
You're telling me you don't want cats meowing in the background in Warrior Cats Animated?
That's just extra
Yes, there
ambiance.
was. I had an audition where I heard the cat meowing the whole time, and I was like, "Is she auditioning too?"
I mean, you could always use background voices, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, get a whole chorus. I remember watching Dirty Jobs when I was a kid, which is this Discovery Channel show, if you're not familiar. And the guy who was the host on that also did narration for Deadliest Catch. And I just have this distinct memory of like one of the first things that inspired me to get into voice acting. He's in like a Days in like Ohio on tour, and he's got like 2 comforters over his head, and he's recording on his like lapel mic on the bed. And I think that's a good illustration to of the whole, you don't need a super high quality setup as long as you like know what's important when it comes to recording decent audio, just kind of like doing a little bit of research, and you can usually make do with something on hand without splurging and getting a huge mic, especially if you're a beginner.
I mean,
Yeah,
it really
there's-
is like the. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I was gonna
Go
say
ahead.
it really is the artist rather than the program, especially with art and with voice acting as well.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is to kind of bounce off what Connor said. There's like a subsection of the voice acting community that will say things like, "Oh, you have to have an XLR microphone in order to do voice acting," or things like that. And I think that's totally wrong. You can definitely, especially if you're like wanting to get into it and practice and stuff like that. Environment is really important, but you can also, there's USB microphones that will sound good enough for almost everything you possibly want to do outside of like literally recording for AAA video games and commercials and things like that. And those USB microphones can run you as short as, $30 or $40 in a lot of cases. So it definitely depends on what your goals are as a voice actor. I have like a, very professional setup because I do want to record commercials and things like that from my home. But if your goal is to have fun and practice and learn, especially as you're getting started, investing in a $30 or $40 USB microphone, I think, is definitely a fantastic place to start.
And also, once you have that $30 or $40 microphone, software such as the Audacity and Reaper, the 2 that I've used, they can help clean up some of that sound.
Yeah, I can't recommend Reaper enough, personally.
I love Reaper.
It has kind of the same as like, what is it, 7-zip or the WinRAR is the one that it has like the free trial that kind of lasts forever. So you don't really have to technically pay for it. You can kind of just
Yeah,
stay
I
on the
still
free
use
trial
that.
for as long as you want. But even if you do buy it, it's only like $40 for an individual license that you just get to keep forever. And it's a fantastic program once you learn it, and there's plenty of YouTube videos and stuff on how to use it and things like that as well.
It is a little tricky to learn, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a point of learning that, because my setup is currently USB mic, towel over the head, Audacity.
Connor, I will teach you if you wish to learn. I shall
You would
teach
be a
you all you
legend.
want to know.
We'll have a little room. We'll make a little room so we can talk about Reaper.
Please, I also want to learn.
Reaper
I actually had to take a
tutorial
class.
session sometime soon. We'll do it. We'll do a thing in the server. I'll talk to Toon about it or something later.
The only any kind of audio editing I've used other than Audacity, and Audacity's kind of weird. I have a weird relationship with Audacity. I'm pretty sure it busted some audio drivers once, and I don't know if that's just where I downloaded it from or what. That was ages ago, and I haven't touched it since. But I have been using Adobe Audition, and it's been really nice for cleaning audio as well.
If I could
The people that I've heard talk about Adobe Audition love it. I've also, I mean, I know that Adobe can be expensive for some people, but in general, but I don't know how much Audition costs.
What were you gonna say, Shira?
There's a video on YouTube by this musician named Andrew Huang, where he compares like this $20-$30 microphone that he got off of Amazon to like one of the biggest industry standards, like thousands of dollars, like I think it was a Neumann U87. That's like a huge microphone within like the audio industry, and it's like very expensive. And so he's comparing like that along with like a few microphones in between. And you come to find that there are some really, really powerful microphones that are very inexpensive. And at the end of the day, it really does more matter what's around you than the specific microphone that you use, because there's a lot of potential for finding microphones that work for your setup and really are powerful if you know exactly how to manipulate them and how to use them. One of my favorite USB microphones is the Audio-Technica 802020 Plus. There's an XLR version, but the USB version is really powerful as well.
I wanted to mention something about the sound isolation thing. Make sure you use fireproof materials when you isolate your room, okay? Because in studios there are extinctors everywhere, and it can get really, really dangerous. And also, avoid stone wool on vertical positions because it's not the most adequate material for a bedroom. It's not good to breathe that.
Yeah, that's not even something I thought of. That's good advice. Thank you. Yes, we do have a lot of people who worked on The Legend of PP on WCA.
Hey, Neko.
Yes.
What's your favorite type of like environment to comp for?
Anything with dramatic lighting.
It was like I probably know the answer to this.
Or with God rays. But no, just anything that's a little different, because I know with this project we'll be having a lot of forest scenes in the daytime.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
There'll be opportunities like say with the Moonstone where we'll get to do some really neat things.
Definitely interested to see how the daytime scenes will turn out.
Oh, wait till you guys see
daytime
the
and
Moonstone.
So varied. The Moonstone. There's gonna be some cool glowy stuff happening with the Moonstone, right?
If there's not, I will riot.
Does anyone know or play Warrior Cats Ultimate Edition? I'm familiar with it. I have not logged on to it for a very long time. It's like the Roblox Warriors game. Do any of the artists have go-to music or podcasts that they listen to while working? Anyone can answer this.
Oh, what a great question. I'm going to go first because mine's the most boring. I recently found an online, like a YouTube video that is just the inside of a plane cabin, and for some reason that helps me focus so much, so that's
You're so funny. You're so funny.
Normally it's music, but that one has just hit all the right points of my
Yeah,
brain.
I
It
mean,
just gets me
yeah.
going.
You said that's boring?
It's
I
just
feel like it's not an exciting answer. I don't know how many people are actually going to go.
It's kind of like brown noise.
So cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
interesting.
don't know if I think I have ADHD or something, but it just like soothes my brain, and I'm able to just go. It's pretty great.
Cool. I wish I found something like that. I like to listen to the Stellaris soundtrack because I don't know, it just gets me going.
I've recently discovered 60s and 70s Japanese funk music. because that has been recommended to me like nonstop by YouTube, and I am loving
yeah.
it.
No, share that on Discord. I want to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorites so far is called Flying Beagle, and it's got a very happy looking dog on the cover.
That's adorable.
I'm actually it's obviously a little bit different with audio editing, but I'm actually kind of in the same boat as you. It's kind of difficult to listen to like much actual music, especially with lyrics as you're doing audio editing for like voiceover lines. But most of the time that I'm actually like cutting up lines and picking correct takes and stuff like that, I'll listen to like just rain sounds with nothing else in the background while I do that, because it just helps to have something there. Like I definitely agree.
Imagine how much more difficult it is to write music while listening to music.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
Yeah, that's like the one reason I don't think I could write music. I'd be like, nope, I gotta listen to something while I'm working. Sorry, I'm going back to animation.
That sounds like one big headache.
Working on music for like 10 hours, you're just like, I've been listening to the same song for 10 hours, I want to switch the song.
Thieving Magpie, how will episodes be split up? It'll be 2 episodes per book, and they'll be long form, so we'll have exact run times around 30 minutes or more.
I have a question for Shiro, actually. That kind of like, I was
Shiro's
joking
brain
more than anything else. I was joking, but do you ever like work on multiple songs at the same time so that you can go and work on a different one if you're sick and tired of listening to the first one you're working on?
Absolutely. I definitely like alternate between them so that my attention, I don't get like too dulled out when it comes to working on the same thing over and over. And along with that, it's also really complicated because when you work on music, your ears get really tired and you start hearing things that aren't actually there. And so like you think like you're listening to something and you're like, oh, this is the best mix I've ever created in my entire life. And then 2 hours later, when you're trying to fine tune it, you start thinking, oh, this is actually not very good. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. Next thing you know, your mix is absolutely ruined because in reality, your ears are getting tired and it's starting to like distort your whole thinking of it. And so sometimes you need to just take a step back and work on something else, or just stop doing music for a while and just listen to like, I don't know, the soft sounds of people rubbing felt or ASMR or something to reset your mind.
Airplane noise. Did y'all hear what Sun said? She said, I animate in silence.
Yeah, I can't. I'm still not over it. I can't.
Oh
I
my
can't.
gosh.
What? I'm just like,
silence.
what?
I can't.
Psychopath.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't work
you're
in
animating-
silence. It drives me crazy. I need to listen to music with lyrics in order to keep my focus on point. Otherwise, I lose interest really quickly or get tired quickly.
See, if you mean when animating lip sync, I get it, but if it's like action and stuff,
For lip sync, it's different. For lip sync, yeah, I won't listen to music because there's an audio that I need to focus on and such. I just can't
listen,
I can't work
but
quiet.
I'll get aggravated, be like, oh, I gotta pause this while I check out this one little part of the animation. Okay, all right, now I can just do some in-betweening. Let me turn my music back on.
For me, I can't work with music with lyrics. I prefer instrumental stuff, so movie soundtracks, video game soundtracks. And I'm one of those people that once I have it stuck in my head, I just have to play it on repeat. So lately it's been the Banjo-Kazooie soundtrack. If anyone remembers that game.
Of course.
What a good game.
That was that changed like the way that they integrated music with like changing different levels was really cool.
There's so many songs on that soundtrack that are so good.
I love that soundtrack to death.
I usually listen to the Splatoon soundtrack for both games.
I have to actually work in silence, but I do listen to music before I record just to get in like the kind of headspace in order to act. So if I need something upbeat, I leave. Like if I'm doing something active, I listen to some upbeat music or whatever that suits the scene I'm about to do.
Yeah, I also, this sounds like a joke, but it's not. I recently started playing Fall Guys, and I listened to the menu theme that goes like wee bop bop beep pa or whatever it is, like on loop for like an hour the other day while I was working. And then I was like, I'm actively
Oh
losing
my
brain
God.
cells. I can't be doing that right now. I was just sitting there, and then I was like, wow, a whole 60 minutes has gone by. That's probably not good for me.
The weird thing is, like, that feels like it would be such a Connor thing to do.
It's so fun though. I love the
You're
music,
acting in
unironically.
What would it
Oh,
take to get a Wee Baba Bee Pa from Lionheart? Or from from Lionheart?
I gotta find the transcribed lyrics.
Oh, good.
Please.
For game soundtracks, there's it's not like a game. At least I haven't really found many other people that have played it. But it's a game called Hyper Light Drifter that I really enjoy, and it has a great ambient soundtrack that kind of shifts as you do stuff. And I think the soundtrack for that game is fantastic. And that's, if I do listen to something other than rain sounds when I'm editing, that's usually one of the go-to things that I do.
I've heard good things about that game, but I've never played
It's
it.
I if you like action games or like just really interesting experiences, I highly recommend it. It's a great
I love interesting experiences.
There you go.
What I normally listen to whenever I work is I just open up Spotify because I'm like, I pay for this. I open it up and I just play my likes and see what happens. So sometimes I get something that's, you know, like very chill. Like I'll get a Paramore song and, you know, it's just nice and fun. And then the next song is like Vadavarot. I don't know the band name. It's like a song in Just Dance 2020 that I'm obsessed with. It broke my brain. It all come on. I'm like, oh man, I need to get up and go dance for a minute.
I actually do remember that I do like to listen to the Proto Men a lot, Acts 1 and 2. So definitely go check that out if you like music. It's good. I don't know what else to say about it. But yeah, I got obsessed with it.
One thing I know for sure is after the first episode's done, we're all going to be listening to the soundtrack for the first episode.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
Probably before it's done.
So true.
Yep. All us animators will be listening to it as soon as it drops while we work.
Have y'all ever listened to the soundtrack from the game Hades?
Yes. Oh my god, it's so
Lived
good.
in my head rent free for like
So
20 years.
Only for like the 90 hours that I've put into that game, yes sir.
Such a good game. I haven't played any other Super Giant games, but I definitely should. I've heard really good things about Bastion, and forget what their other titles are, but
Bastion's great. I love that game. I saw a question in our in chat in the server from Jazzu about if any of our voice actors sing. I don't know about anybody else, but I actually am a trained choral singer. I was on a concert choir that traveled through the state of Texas for about 4 years.
Prove it.
Trained anemone singer. I'm sorry. That
Sing
was
right now.
stupid
Prove
joke.
it.
Next question.
Sing us
Yeah,
a
you
song.
kind of
You're
put
the
yourself
piano
in
man.
that spot.
Fair enough. Maybe sometime. Maybe sometime.
What about Hey There Delilah? Can you do that?
Hey There
or Wonderwall.
Wonderwall. Okay.
Or
here's
anything
Wonderwall.
by Weezer. Sorry.
The stuff that I did was actually a lot more show tuney type stuff. So like most of my,
I heard my name.
I would say,
what?
I'd say like probably 80% of the songs that I actually like practiced and had down back in the day were like Frank Sinatra songs, and then other show tune type stuff.
Zachary, we have some questions for you.
Oh.
So for the rim light, how did you make the blue light sharp? Did you add the rim light as an inner glow, as a layer style on top of Tiger Claw, and how you angled it so the rim light doesn't show under the paws?
So for the rim lights, one way I usually go about it is to do it as a layer style, is an inner shadow, because inner glow will go the whole outline, whereas inner shadow is directional, so you can set the direction. So, hold on, let me find him in here. So, here you have the layer styles. This is what the inner shadow is doing. I'll pull this up so you can see a little better. So, here we have the controls to mess with the distance, so how far it is. the size of how soft it is, and of course the angle, so we can do this and just kind of animate the angle as needed in case there's a direct light source in the scene. And the reason we use inner shadow, like, yes, you think it'd be a shadow, but you can set it from multiply and to any of the lighting settings instead. Because if you do a inner glow, you don't get the same control over the direction. You would have to mask out where you don't want it out in, which you still have to do with the inner shadow, just not as much. So it's just a more efficient way of doing it. And the other way you would do it is to create a duplicate of the animation and use an alpha inverted mask to create that. It does a very similar effect. There's some advantages to doing that over this. Like you can resize the mask so that you can get more of a, instead of just being one directional, to get it more on both sides if you want. But for most things, I prefer using the inner shadow. Hope that helps. And I see someone asking what character this is. This is clearly Ravenpaw.
Don't be like that. This is Tiger Claw.
Ravenpaw after he gets his warrior name.
It's the big bully man himself.
In this production, he will be named Philip.
I'm a fan of that.
This is Patrick. Really excited to see this comped.
Mm-hmm.
So am I. The sun gave just like the most fun animation to work with. And I have a fun background. Thank you, Popty.
Yes.
So yeah, unlike what the animators are showing, this isn't official production work because, you know, we need finished animation for that, for comp to do official work. But so this is for fun and practice and just an example.
I will say the way you went about making the fog in the background is very interesting. I never thought to use that specific effect for it. I always use like a... It's one of the noise ones. I think it's fractal noise. And I just like stretch it and make it go nuts.
Fractal noise is another good way to do it. I just like this way. It's a little more processing intensive, but you get a little more control on kind of the twistiness and animation of it.
Yeah, and I was noticing that as well. That you have a lot more like big like wisps. Like big chunks like that. And I think that's really nice for the style that Warrior Cats Animated has.
I can't lie, I'm still so mad at YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube's stinky.
I still can't believe that happened. Never felt so disappointed in YouTube in my life.
I just love how everyone quickly adjusted. It's like, okay, we're going to Twitch. Make the notice, let's go.
Twitch is superior in all, like, it's just superior. As a streaming platform, Twitch is definitely much more accustomed to a lot of stuff that is very common in streaming. YouTube had a good streaming platform before they decided, hey, we want to compete with the big streaming platforms, and then they quite literally shot themselves in the foot with everything they did. The new control center is garbage. It's nasty. It's confusing. If you look at that versus the old one is very straightforward. You just open it and it's there.
Sir Kupu is wondering what happened with YouTube.
Toon, do you want to, or do you want me to?
What happened is that I went to start the stream so just we could get everything set up, and YouTube is like, you have to wait 24 hours in order to be able to stream for no reason.
What? There's a time restriction?
Apparently.
Only for some people, as it turns out.
Wow. Now I'm even more disappointed than I initially realized.
Yeah, it was not fun for me. Not my best moment. Also, Mariah, are you ready? We're gonna be switching over in just a few minutes. I know YouTube does suck.
Is this a new thing that YouTube is doing, where you have to, like, give 20 hours in advance? Because if that's
yeah, they
true...
literally, and it's like, they won't let me access any of the management features. There's, all I can see is a 24-hour countdown timer.
Oh, man. Good thing there's always Plan B.
Mm-hmm. Good thing there's Kate and Neko.
Yeah.
Mostly Kate.
Kate's like, oh, should we put up an announcement video? And I'm like, do we have an announcement video? And Neko's like, I already got it. It's already done.
It's like, way to think ahead. Jeez.
Yeah, the moment I saw YouTube being dumb, I'm like, you know what? I should get something ready just in case.
Thank you so much.
Love how Tiger is animated in this.
Yeah, he's so sleek and smooth.
Very. It's
I love
so
his
good.
big old paws.
His big murder paws. Murder paw.
Murder mittens.
I'm just sad his claws aren't here, so I can't turn them pink again.
I realized something very important about his design.
What?
I think he should have fists. Just like human fists.
Does need fists.
Just like Minecraft blocks, just on the end of his legs.
No, just like human hands, just full-on human hands
Punches some
that he can
trees
turn
and
into
brings them
fists.
back. Punches some trees and brings them back to camp to build stuff with.
Just walks on boxing gloves.
He walks around like an English bulldog. You know, tiger claw things.
Big
Tiger hands.
Oh my god.
Then his warrior name can be Tiger Man.
Tiger Man? Sounds like a superhero.
Tiger Man does whatever Tiger Man does.
What a lovely singing voice you got there.
Oh, thanks.
You know, we could make
You know
this
what?
even
If
more
you really,
interesting.
if you really want something, I can hop in the booth if you guys really want.
Do you want?
Don't make that promise to us.
I will.
We'll regret it. We'll
I
take
am not.
that offer.
I am not completely opposed if people wish it. I'll do
I
it.
wish it. Does everyone else wish it?
I wish it.
It's a collective wish.
Okay. All right. Well, give me a minute to like warm up and get in the booth. I'll do something.
Well, and with that, it's time to switch over to Mariah.
All right, I will go ahead and get that all set up then.
Or do you want to see everything with?
Oh, yeah,
all the
everything
layers
so
on?
far. Let's do that real quick. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on. Well, not all the layers, because some of them need to be animated in, but let me get the fog back in.
Let me turn on audio again as well. All right, we're good.
Yeah, the fog takes up quite a bit of processing power, so it takes a bit to preview.
I can tell.
Yeah, I still have to animate some of the masks to him, but most of it's pretty straightforward and easy to do.
It's gonna look so good already. Oh, I love the fog.
I love adding fog.
It looks really good. And you did it so quickly.
I'm used to adding fog at this point. We will have scenes where we have fog, right?
Yeah.
Fat.
Yes, Scott, we can add fog and God rays in every shot.
You cannot.
No. World is pain and sadness and suffering.
God rays make everything better. Okay, I think that's cached enough. Come on. There we go. Oh, the audio is not playing for some reason. It's okay.
It's so good.
I probably turned off the audio in here. Yes, I did. There we go.
Well, before you assume I'm guilty, won't you hear my story?
So good. I'm gonna go ahead and get stuff switched over.
Wait, so can you have like custom emojis on Twitch?
Yes.
Yes.
We can use Mariah's emojis?
We can. We have to load them in. I think there might be an affiliate link on that as well. So if we want to shoot for affiliate, we can definitely try to do that.
Noted.
I'm coming off of making emotes for streams, so they should go nicely.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Grant in high definition.
Yeah, you sound beautiful.
Grant in high fidelity on the actual
How'd you get inside my ear? Get out of my head.
Ha ha ha. Special tricks. All right.
Oh, you
so
did
I'm not
that
gonna
fast.
do.
I'd actually have to move my whole computer.
I have like a small little blue snowball that sits at my desk, and that's what I use like just talking like over Discord and stuff. And then the actual like big boy microphone is in here in the booth. So that's, and then I have a 30-foot XLR that goes out to the interface that's at my computer in my office, so there's no computer sounds. But then I have a preamp inside the booth that I use to like actually control my gain. So that's my setup. But okay,
It's
so
much
I'm
more
not gonna.
complicated than mine.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's okay. It was required of me by Funimation to do things while there was COVID happening.
I forgot
but...
you were the Funimation man.
yeah. So it was more out of necessity than anything. But anyway, so "Fly Me to the Moon" by Frank Sinatra is one of the songs that I've had prepared and most enjoyed singing over the years. So I'm not gonna do the whole song just because there's like a giant random gap in the middle of it. But I'll do the first bit at least. And here we go. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on a Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand.
In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. So yeah, there you go.
That was amazing.
That was magical.
I like a private
Oh my
concert here. Yay!
Amazing.
That's amazing.
Thanks, guys. So that's gonna be the outro music, right?
Cool.
That's like our theme song now. The theme song's all recorded.
Now we need Gray Stripes
It's
to
the
sing
Star
a
Clan
song,
theme
an
song.
original song.
Just Blue
You know,
Star spinning against the background.
Diana, I thought about that. I've never actually had a thing where I've needed to sing in character, but I've thought about trying to like learn and figure it out if it would ever be needed for anything. So
Warrior
I don't know.
Cats the musical.
Maybe one day Warrior Cats the musical.
Mariah, do you
I
have
tried doing
something
it once and I
you're
sounded like a
working on?
lower end Julie Andrews.
All right, I'm hopping out. Give me a second. I'll be
Yes.
back.
So.
Yeah, Mariah, let everyone know what you're working on.
So I come from an illustration background, and I also, for the project, I draw the characters like a lot, like all the time. So I thought, well, why don't I just combine the two? I'll just have an illustration with like all the characters. And so this currently, it started out, Amazing Mountains, I'm in here. It started out as a really messy sketch. And then from the sketch, I refined it just slightly further. And let's see. So I refined the sketch slightly further in this drawing, and then I added value structure to plan out, how the values would go, because that's more important than it's really like a big thing for composition, and it's probably more important than color. And now I'm refining the sketch to its final before I start painting. So basically, I'm just going to be doing a lot of character drawing right now in these various poses all together. This is all of ThunderClan that we have so far, minus elders and kittens.
And Redtail.
And Redtail. Yeah, because we have older Firepaw and Graypaw and Ravenpaw here as well, and then like Yellowfangs sneaking in the back there. Yeah, so I think it's a very like good episode 1 like image, I would say, of who is going to be in ThunderClan. So I've got all my references, and I'll just be shaping the characters to match their pose. I love how Blue Star is making sure how everyone is behind her. She's actually supposed to be looking at Fireheart, who's up here. But that's
It's
true.
so cute. My dog does that when we go hiking. He's always constantly checking to make sure everybody's still behind him.
Yeah, yeah. Aw. Oh yeah, this size here is doesn't really matter to. Well, the ratio is standard like 1920 1080, but I'll probably size it up for the final.
That probably Yellowfang is all the way in the back, basically playing peekaboo with all the clan.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen her if I didn't start drawing her in, so I did that. Yeah, let's start. Let's do a dark stripe, shall we?
Yellowfang's kind of got like the vibe off in the corner of like, I'm too old for this.
Oh wait, should I show all these references that I have on screen? Let's see.
Absolutely, yes.
I think that would be fun, right? I think people might be able to recognize some more easily.
So many cats.
Oh, they're kind of like ghosts right now. But yeah. Why is Darkstripe so flat?
Oh, that's right. This is the first look anyone has gotten at Willowfelt's design.
Yeah. Well, here's Darkstripe gone, so you can see more of her.
She's so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Speckletail is very subtle. She'll probably change a little bit, but this one that I'm changing right now is going to be her. And we have Frostfur, Mousefur, Running Wind. I swear, I'm gonna like mix up all these names, even though I've known these characters for like.
It's a lot of cats in
10
this
years.
composition, so it's like no one's gonna blame you.
Yeah. Yes, Gothfrog's. Willowpelt is Gothfrog's design. She was streaming earlier today, doing boards. We all love her Willowpelt. I'll do a yellow thing. I zoom in and out a lot. I didn't realize that might be a thing that would be weird for streaming, but I always try to look at like the big picture often. I felt like I was a little too close there.
I love the trees and the squirrel that's in the bottom of the canvas. I love him too.
Trees are so pretty.
I wanted to save the character drawing for the stream, so I just did a bunch of trees.
Is it easy to replicate the style? Seems everyone on the team is really good at it. Okay, team, what do you think? Is it easy to replicate the style?
No. Depends on the character. But
It's hard.
I'd say it's not too hard, for at least for me. I don't know about anybody else.
I think
it's super easy, but the more you do it, the easier it gets.
Yeah,
I think it
definitely
actually. I think it is tricky, but like I said, we've all been doing assignments and keeping our skills sharp this whole time, waiting for production to start, at least among the animators. And so over time, we've begun to become more comfortable with the characters, which was the point of all the assignments that we did. So I think at this point, we've all been drawing these characters for months, or maybe years in some cases. So, well, maybe not years plural, but yeah. So we're beginning to become familiar with them, and so that helps a lot.
I think it also depends on your base style, like the style you normally draw in, the style you naturally gravitate towards. So like how close is it to the style we're using for Warrior Cats Animated? Like I tend to use a lot of very round shapes in my designs, which has made some of the more angular ones a challenge.
Yeah, I tend to have. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I just have one thing to say.
Go for it.
Okay. I tend to have like kind of big heads in my drawings, so a lot of the feedback I get is like their heads are too big. You gotta make the head smaller. I'm like, my bad.
True.
Okay, that's it.
But God, you were saying that that like Longtail's design is really hard to replicate. Like, are there specific designs that are much harder, and if so, why? Like, is Longtail harder than the others for a specific reason, or is it?
It's his face.
It's because he's very sharp.
It's his fucking
He's
face.
very sharp, and he's like a rectangle all the way around.
He has a lot of very specific angles, and if you don't draw them exactly right, then the whole character looks
Yeah, then it looks weird.
Yeah,
I drew
and
for
his,
that one assignment, and it was hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters where if you draw them very slightly off, it's like, that still kind of looks like them. But when you have somebody who has such extreme angles into such specific, like exact ways. Like every little thing, like when they do look off, it's like a much bigger difference than somebody else.
Yeah, suddenly it's not long tail anymore. It's like long fur. Like it's not quite
Yes.
there.
He also has some really interesting and unique eyes that like figuring out how to do expressions with him is definitely a challenge because his eyebrow is sort of grafted onto the top of his eyelid. And so if you draw that slightly, like there's a very specific way you have to draw that or it looks weird.
Same with his body too. I remember there was some tricky stuff that kept happening when it came to drawing his body at different angles because his body is, at least in my opinion, his body doesn't feel as cat-like as the other characters that we have so far.
Yeah.
He's
Like,
definitely a
we kept
noodle.
running into
Yeah.
issues where his body felt more dog-like than cat-like.
Yeah,
So
that's y'all's fault. You put me on it, and I'm a dog person, so take that.
I was gonna
Yes,
say.
you can replicate the style.
Sorry.
Please do. I'm always looking out for people who can really get the style down.
I
That's
had to
very
get. Oh,
important.
sorry.
Yeah,
I
go
had
on.
to get good at drawing long tail because I had the fight.
Oh yeah.
And I needed to figure out like how to stylize him in a way that worked like stat.
Like crash
course.
Literally. So I don't know. I think I got pretty okay at putting him relatively on model.
I think so too. He looks cool and like just scary but the cool kind of scary in the boards you did of him. So yeah, you got his base shapes down perfectly in my opinion.
Thanks. It was a lot of staring at his model sheet.
I tried to design the characters in such a way that like their markings and whatnot follow contours that they would have on their body. So my hope is that that helps people construct the character more. Like, see this. I mean, this is more goth drugs character, but like these directional things on the tail really help like sell the form. It's just like small stuff like that. I really love.
So someone is asking, they heard your tips for becoming better at animating, but how does someone start learning to animate?
That was actually the question I answered
Oh.
earlier. I don't know if that. I would start by doing the basic exercises. The bouncing ball is number one. Like if you literally want a starting point, that's it. Go do the bouncing ball exercise. And if you go on YouTube, you'll find lots of videos that explain it, or you can just go into Google and type in the bouncing ball exercise animation or something like that, and you'll find it right away. If you want a course that goes over the basics really well, Toniko Pantoja has a good one. Aaron Blaze has a good one. I know Animator Island or Animation Island has some good resources on that website, and this is all, Animation Island is free. The other courses cost some money. They're definitely worth the money, because it's always better to learn from somebody who really understands the medium and has been working professionally. But if you need to go free, then there's lots of other people on YouTube that explain the lessons and stuff. But I would start there and then join a Warriors map or do your own and animate some cats and just do it. Get into it. Jump into the deep end of the pool and get started. Do the bouncing ball. Do a lot of the exercises while you're doing that. Try animating some Warrior cat maps or something.
Also Krita is great for that. As someone who's new to animating, I found
I
it
told
really.
you guys I like Krita. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Aaron Blaze. Oh.
Why do you
Wow,
like
yeah,
it?
no. It's so good.
Free.
It's
Free.
yeah,
You can
it's
get
free.
started on it.
Yep.
Aaron Blaze actually has sales frequently on his website for his like lessons, like crazy sales, like $5 a lesson.
Yeah,
So
the
it
Aaron
helps to
Blaze
follow
one is the
him.
most affordable if you're gonna be able to afford it and
Yeah, and
just do free,
rewatchable.
but
'Cause every time I watch it, I see something new that I didn't pick up before. So
yeah, definitely
And
excellent.
definitely it's like all one-time purchases. You just get them once and like they never expire, so they're there for
Yeah.
you forever. Like I have
Yeah.
so many of his courses, and it's just awesome.
So what do is size the reference to the head size that I'm working at, so I could easily like eyeball the proportions better. Oh, and I also like to rotate them.
So we talked about which of our designs is most canon compliant. Which do you think is the least canon compliant design?
I mean, Longtail is supposed to be like a silverish tabby, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
It's gotta be Longtail.
Compliant with like canon.
Hmm?
What was the question? Compliant with style or compliant with canon?
With canon, which of our designs is least like the canon description of the cat?
Yeah, I guess Longtail, yeah.
Didn't we make Firepaw a purebred cat?
Yeah, we did.
I don't know if that's... Is that not... I guess he's only ever described as, like, orange or flame-colored. But...
Yeah, or ginger. They don't really go into much more detail beyond that. He's just an orange cat. I was gonna say Clawface because he's like very much a strong, like brutish character, like every other Warrior Cats villain in the books, and
we made him a
ours
little
is not like that at all. So I would say Clawface.
Yeah, I love Clawface's design a lot. I love the creepy designs.
Mind you, I'm not the biggest person with knowledge of Warriors canon, but my answer would actually be Lionheart, I think. I think Lionheart's general, like, vibe that we have the design, like, it's gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but I think that that one's the one that's probably the most far off from canon.
I remember the first few drafts we were like, he's not gonna have any eyes, we'll just put the eyebrows there, you know? It's just like it evolved from that, and now he has tiny eyes, but I mean, I love him. I love his design so much.
Well, I saw Nova saying the hardest thing about the style for them was the fact that they do big eyes, and a lot of the eyes on our desigins are smaller ones, and I'm like, Lionheart must really, really get you.
Pinhead Larry over here.
His eyes are really tiny.
I think it adds to the charm, though.
I love the tiny eyes.
It works for him. It works super well for him. It's
Makes
just
him really jolly and happy all the time.
He's the one who's like that, more so than the other characters.
I love how Sample's shoulders are like really up there.
I feel like Warrior Cats Animated Lionheart has a much more goofy vibe than he does in the books, which I think works. Like, I feel like all the senior warriors in the books kind of have the same personality, which is like...
They do.
They're all like noble, stoic...
That's it.
I'm pretty sure our Lionheart's taking some inspiration from Armstrong from FMA.
I was about to say, every time I ever see or hear or look at Lionheart, the only thing that I can ever see or think is just, this is just Louis Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist. Like, that's just this character.
I want to 100% confirm that clip that Casey Gothfrog animated, it 100% inspired the take of Lionheart I did.
Grant, have you seen that?
We share it?
The homunculi.
I don't even remember what it was. It's such a good clip.
Absolutely. I think my favorite Armstrong like blooper of those that they did, which I can actually kind of give a little bit of insight into that actually as like a person, like they used to do that a lot more often, and there was a lot more of those, but there was like people that got upset about some of them, so we had to stop keeping them and recording them and doing stuff like that.
You've been banned from the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse due to the use of inappropriate language.
But my favorite one of those from Louis is there's a scene where it's like supposed to be dramatic as they're talking about things, and there's like a zoom in on the door. And it's supposed to be like Armstrong kind of giving some like exposition over this shot, but the blooper version is Armstrong just saying, let's look at the door. And then like a 10-second cut of silence as it zooms in on the door. Like it's very good. I'll go find it. It's very excellent.
Honestly, if you guys have not seen any of the Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood bloopers and you don't mind spoilers, like if you haven't seen the show already, please watch it. They're so funny.
Oh, I need to. I know Fullmetal Alchemist. I should watch it. Fullmetal Alchemist is good.
You know, I was hearing a lot of anime references or like comparisons with our voice actors, and I was just like,
The homunculi
watch
refer
anime,
to
so I'm
those
like, you know what?
unfortunate
I'm
enough
just
to have
gonna assume it's right
unfortunately
because a lot of people are saying it. Like with Longtail, everyone's like, he sounds like Bakugo from.
Was that
I thought that was Dust Belt.
No, it was
No, it was
Longtail.
Longtail.
I remember my
I
long
don't
tail
know
audition
that.
was
I don't
really
watch
like
that.
that.
I
Yeah.
don't go here, but okay.
I don't go here.
One of our voice actors actually has worked on anime, so.
So cool.
Grant, right?
Yes, Grant.
Yes, it is Grant.
He works with Funimation for their dubbing.
I'm so sorry. What was that? I was literally looking at the Fullmetal Alchemist bloopers clip. What was the question?
I'm too busy looking at Fullmetal Alchemist bloopers.
We're
what
talking
do
about you being in Funimation.
Yeah.
Oh, just talk about it, like how I got into it.
What's it like working there?
I mean, I'm gonna say that recording for anime is like absolutely my favorite thing to do. It's an absolute blast. It's also pretty much the entirety of what I've done throughout my professional career. I've been working pretty hard recently on trying to get more into like commercial work and stuff like that as well. But up to this point, the few years of ADR that I've been doing is pretty much my entire experience. So it's been really unique and interesting to work on this project where we actually record stuff before and look at storyboards and like have a script beforehand, because that's just not how it is at all whenever you go into an anime session. Typically, like the information that I will have going into an anime session is like the show I'm working on, the director I'm working with, and the time I'm supposed to be there. And then you learn like even the character that you're doing and everything else, like whenever you walk into the booth and you're 30 seconds away from recording the lines. So, but it's super duper fun. It's a really unique and interesting acting challenge to come across convincingly and portray emotion well, but also to be boxed into these pre-existing like mouth movements and things like that that you have to match. It's a really cool challenge, and it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. And then if anybody, I guess, also was wondering like some of the stuff that I've actually been a part of, some of the more well-known shows that I've been a part of were My Hero Academia. I've been a part of One Piece. I've been a part of Fire Force. The World Ends With You. I was in that one. A3. I know that there was a lot of fans of the like mobile game A3. I was in that, and just a bunch of other stuff. I was in Spy Family in this most recent season. Skeleton Knight in Another World. I was actually a pretty major villain in that one in this last season. There's a lot of stuff that I've been in, but yeah, it's a super great experience to work in anime.
I don't think I'm the only one, but I'm curious, how'd you end up there? Did you start off where did you start off your auditions?
Yeah, so great question as well. It's actually one that I get asked a lot of the time.
I know,
there's a
I'm
ton
sorry.
of people that are super duper interested in getting into anime, and I think it's like one of the, for a large portion of people that do voiceover, it's a big draw to voiceover is like being in the anime industry. I feel incredibly fortunate anytime that I ever like think about how I got in and all of that kind of stuff, because it was really like a stars align kind of moment. I have been doing voiceover for like around 6 or 7 years, just like casually since I first started. It actually began as a kind of like stand-in for stage theater, because I did it all through like middle and high school and then in college, and then I moved home and just like got a job serving tables and realized, oh no, I don't have a connection to any kind of creative outlet anymore because it was always tied to school somehow. So I started doing, this is actually where the Goat Boy moniker came from. I started doing Undertale comic dubs on Tumblr and did a bunch of other stuff like that. Just a lot of casual stuff. I did some memes. I did a bunch of, random comic dubs. I did some Overwatch content for a while. And eventually, it actually came to the point where I was at like a crossroads and needed to decide if I was going to spend money that I had saved up on going back to school to pursue a degree in like communication, or if I wanted to pursue acting a lot harder and spend the money instead on like gear upgrades and classes and things like that. And I was like, you know what is the point in investing in myself for something that I don't even really want to do? If I'm going to invest in myself, I'm going to do it to try and achieve the goals that I actually want to achieve and do the things I actually want to do. So that was in like late 2018. And over the course of then and then all of 2019, I think I took around 15 or 20 classes. So close to around 1.5 or 2 per month of just classes locally from like working actors and directors in the area. This was before COVID started, so there wasn't really as much of a big wealth of these like online classes that there's like a ton of access to today. But I took a ton of classes. I invested in a demo reel that I got produced at a studio, and it took a little while to get those back, but I took a specific class that was a lead role anime class. It was only me and like 4 other people in this class, and it was being taught by like an actual Funimation director. And whenever the class ended, I literally just so happened to get my demo back from the studio the day the class ended, and emailed my demo to the teacher who was directing the class and said, hey, thanks for working with me. It was great to work in the class together, and here's my materials. I just got them back from the studio. I'd love your feedback. And she just so happened again to be casting the next episode of her show that she was directing as I sent her that demo. So she liked my work in the class and liked my demo, so she cast me as a character in her next episode of the show. And then once you're on like the talent roster, then you get missions and other directors can see your work and things like that. So that's kind of where it all spiraled away from. There's a lot of different stuff now. The studio is definitely a little bit different. I don't know if that's really like a possible avenue anymore. Things just work a little bit differently now, but I always feel incredibly fortunate to have gotten in when I did and to have gotten the chances that I've gotten. So it's been a really, really awesome experience, and I'm just really grateful pretty much any time that I think about it.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing them. I was always curious.
Yeah.
Oh, Evie? I'm not sure if that's how you say your name. A thing I've seen a lot lately for maps that, I understand maps require you to have examples on your channel, but you can't have examples if no one will let you. Is people do fake map parts, so just, find a part of a song that you like and create a fake map part and put that on your channel as an example. Yeah, we can put the link to the episodes. They're long form, so the pilot episode's going to be around 45 minutes.
Seeing Greypaw and Firepaw next to each other, I'm like, wow. Greypaw, your eyes are so tiny. You're the Kosho of the Thunder Clan.
It's also funny to see Firepaw right next to such a neutral colored character because he stands out like a hot Cheeto.
I mean, he is a hot Cheeto.
Yeah. You don't really realize it till you put the characters next to each other without any shading or anything.
Yeah, that's the thing that always killed me about the first book too, because it would always be like, fire alone can save our clan. huh, what could that possibly mean? Firepaw wondered, and it's just like so blatant in the first books. It's really funny to me.
He's trying his best. He doesn't have a mirror.
Yeah.
Dustpaw looks so nice. You know, actually, that might be our least canon compliant design. Sorry to go back to that. But maybe
I'm thinking about it.
because he's a brown tabby, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, like
You made
Broken
him-
Star's a brown tabby, Tiger
Yeah.
Paw's a brown tabby, Dustpaw's a brown tabby, and a lot of designs he looks like a tiny tiger claw. And so
I like
did
that we
vary
made
from that a lot.
like a dark point color. That's cool.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too, that Dustpelt, our design of Dustpelt definitely looks a lot different from the book description and from past designs I have seen of him, where, yeah, they do lean more towards the tabby aesthetic instead of what we did here, which is more focused on the color point. So,
And to also be fair, like having a lot of stripes and tabby markings does add a lot of challenge to animation. So some of
Yeah,
the
always.
design decisions are made with animation in mind.
Yep. Kira's come to visit. Here you go.
Do we really have 400? Nice.
Don't, I'm not gonna look at it. Guys, I love my cat so much. I love cats so much. Too bad I'm allergic.
When did you guys start getting into warrior cats? I got into warrior cats like 15 years ago.
Yeah,
Dating
same.
myself.
I was
Same.
in middle school, now I'm almost 30.
I'm old.
January.
I got the first Warriors book at a book fair at my school, and I loved it so much that my mom would like go and get each book after I finished the last one. And she didn't tell me until like 10 years later that she actually just bought all of them the first time that she went to the bookstore and just hid them in her closet and tried to like give them to me one by one as like a reward system.
Really? It's so funny.
Sweet.
I know a kid's like a middle school English teacher that tells me that his kids love warrior cats, and he's like, his job is to get kids to read books, and he's like, oh yeah, that's like my go-to.
It's what got me reading.
Yep.
Yeah, it was for me. It was Warriors and Magic Treehouse.
His kids were saying, yeah, but they're not really books, and he's like, yeah, they are. I thought that was pretty cute.
I remember like vividly being like, I must have been late middle school, maybe the first year of high school, because I think I stopped reading them first year of high school. Going to Barnes and Noble with my dad, getting I think The Sight, one of the Power of Three books, and finishing the book in the car on the way home.
Oh my god.
I was really and my dad was
What?
like, why
You're
did we
just like-
why did we even buy it? Like, we could have just stayed in Barnes and Noble for an extra like 20 minutes and you would have finished it anyway.
Wait, that was the first book you had?
Oh no, that was I was
see.
reading them from like early middle school, maybe late elementary school. I read them all. But
Yep.
that's just like core memory Just
Man, you read so fast
completely-
and you're able to read in the car, you have superpowers.
Well, I don't process everything when I read that fast is the problem.
Ah, so you've forgotten it all.
I think it's so
Now I have.
interesting that a lot of people are like, Warrior Cats got me into reading, and I'm just like, a stupid vampire book series got me into reading, and I just became obsessed with the same author. And the librarian saw me, she would saw me come into the library in middle school, and she's like, you should read these books, my daughter likes them. And I looked at the books, and I'm like, I already know this story, I'm on YouTube. And I'm like, it's the same story over and over again. And eventually she told me enough, because she would like recommend it every time I came in there. And eventually I caved and read it, and I'm like, it's not that bad. And then I got to the part in Arc 2 with Feathertail, and I'm like, never mind, I'm done, I can't do this anymore. Feathertail made me upset. She was a cool character.
It's been such a weird experience. I mean, not weird in a bad, like weird in a good way. To like join this project and see everything, because whenever I read the books, and whenever I like stopped reading them, I really only read like all of Arc 1 and then parts of Arc 2. I didn't really have access to internet yet. I wasn't really like, my parents were not the most protective in the entire world, but they didn't really like let me have free access to the internet. So me joining this project is kind of like how I found out that there was a whole like fandom and everything else like that. Like it just never occurred to me to look up if people were making YouTube videos about it or anything else like that. So I remember like one of the first interactions that I had with Toon was Toon showing me all of these maps and SSS Warrior Cats and things that I had never heard of, that I was like, this all existed? This would have blown my 12-year-old mind. Like, what is happening?
Glad I could be of some use there.
For me, I've always loved reading. And whenever you put a book in my face, I just read it all, and I'm a fast reader, and I just enjoy it. But for, I think it was at the end of elementary school, transitioning to middle school is when I started reading the books. I only recall reading 3 books from the first arc, and then I guess I lost interest or something. And then it's only till like maybe a few years later that I saw SSS for the first time, which got me back into the interest of it being a fandom and such. And it's also what introduced me to the map scene. And it's just like any knowledge that I have going forward with any other books past the first arc, my knowledge it came from watching maps. Because other than that, that's all the only knowledge I have.
I didn't even know that maps existed until like second year of college, when I like randomly stumbled upon them, and I was like, whoa! Even though I spent like most of my like formative years on the internet, like the only website I would frequent was like Webkins and the Warrior Cats forums.
Oh, yeah. I remember Webkins.
Webkins.
Well, when I got into Warriors, there were no maps yet.
Yeah, same.
So it's so amazing seeing all the stuff that's there now and all this content.
It's just insane. I love it.
My
Not
early
only is it
internet
there, but like,
years.
yeah, the authors have seen it. That's mind blowing.
I don't know what it is that, compels people to animate the cats after reading about them, but, pretty grateful for it anyway.
Just strikes a chord.
My early internet years were spent watching like Flightfoot Warrior, Alley Cat Nya. So like I was well accustomed to them like in early middle school. As soon as I got internet, I discovered like the old animation memes, like in 2011. Like the Nya Nya dance or whatever. That one was a big one. I can't remember what it's called, but there's one where they like bouncing on a ball. There's a ton of them, and they're all very nostalgic for me. But also all the like AMVs that came out around this time as well.
Oh yeah, AMVs.
Mr. Brightside, my beloved.
I think I just unlocked a
Evanescence.
like hidden memory that had been locked away for forever. Does anyone want to see my Warriors Cats ninja original character from whenever I was like 12 or 13 or something?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Let me
How do I
find
show it
this.
on stream? I need to paste it onto my
Oh,
document.
please do
I
not
need to
show it on the
know.
stream. Oh
No,
my
put him on
goodness.
blast.
Allowed. You just said it. Like, how do we not show it?
Yeah. Do it for the Vine.
Oh, there it is. He had the crossed out Naruto headband around his neck and everything. Look at this. Amazing.
I think the
Very
low light
cool.
that the picture was taken and the lined notebook paper makes it for me. Like that's that's so good.
That's
I
definitely
100% can confirm the like bandages around his tail and leg.
Yeah, what happened to the tail?
were... What?
What happened to the tail?
This was that was because Cloud Strife in Kingdom Hearts had all kinds of bandages and stuff on his stuff, so that is 100% why that's there. I can guarantee
man.
you.
I don't have any pictures, but I had similar design traits when I was in that phase of drawing, and I just have a character that I remember from like 2011 who is just covered in zippers. Because I think specifically the Organization 13 hoodies from Kingdom Hearts were the ones that like solidified that. It's
Excellent.
also
I
like
love it.
every
brilliant.
single
Love
character had
it.
like sweater aglets on their outfit because I was like, oh, it's so cool. I was like,
What
no, it's
about
not. It's a
giant yellow
bathtub with a
clown
sweater.
shoes?
Oh yeah. I didn't have the giant yellow clown shoes. That is one thing that my characters didn't have. They did have swords with like blades in weird places though.
Excellent.
We are ready to switch over to Soupy if they're ready.
Yes.
You ready?
You guys are in for such a treat with this.
Is
Hi,
Soupy
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Voice reveal.
Yay!
Okay, I'm gonna share.
Alright, I will
I'm
stop
like
sharing.
nervous.
I'm gonna go ahead and get stuff switched over then.
Yep. Please.
Is it gonna do the thing?
Toon, do you want to give your big huge disclaimer about this, because I can already
Yes,
tell
I
people
do
are
want to give a big, huge disclaimer about this. No, our series is not in 3D. Our series will be 2D animation.
I could just hear the collective gasp.
So.
Whose
Okay,
story
wait,
is
is my
it
stream
now?
showing properly?
Yes, I can see it.
Wait, okay. So, I don't think even everyone in this server has seen this.
I'm gonna
Ruby,
cry.
oh my god, that looks so good. Hello?
I'm totally gonna cry.
Cry, ball. It deserves it. It's just so.
This is so cool.
It is.
So this is something the 3D department's doing for fun because they don't have as much work to do, so purely for fun.
Yeah, so
And
don't spread the 3D Warrior Cats animated movie allegations.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, could you
So I guess
imagine?
I'll just show, like, so I'm gonna show it rendered first because without the fur it kind of doesn't look as cool. I guess
Is
I'll
this
just like,
happening for all of the cats? Question.
Not yet.
Probably
Oh, okay.
not, but I do want to make a yellow
The
fan
amount of
one
cats
for
in this
fun.
project, I would
Nice.
weep for our 3D people. That would be an insane amount of work.
She's
There's
so
only one
amazing. She walks on water.
Oh yeah,
water.
ignore the picture in the background. That's just the sky dome to light the model. I just like this one. I feel like the kind of grayish complements her colors. She looks
The
like she's in
grayish
Shadow
yellow.
Clan though.
She can walk on water. That's how holy she is.
I know. She's amazing.
I see someone already. Why is it in 3D? I'm sorry,
Yes,
3D haters. But you can't
there we
stop me.
go.
I will touch
think the
everything
light
you
dome-
love and make it 3D against your will.
Do you want me to put that notice on the screen?
Probably
Wouldn't
should.
hurt.
Yeah, put the notice.
Okay, give
I've
me a
noticed
moment.
people have been just jumping in, so.
Yeah.
Just in
Yeah,
case.
so why is it 3D? Because this isn't for the actual episode. That's why.
This is for fun.
This side thing.
Poopy,
And
how is your computer not up in flames from all those details?
because I
first
have a gaming
question.
PC.
Hi, could I direct everyone's attention to what Connor just posted?
What? What did you just post? I
Oh,
must
no.
see.
Oh god.
Oh, holy moly. How do you do seriously, how do you do that so fast?
It's insane.
Connor's meme generator.
Yes, he is a platinum meme generator.
It's him. It's Ninja Star.
I love the disclaimer there.
Should put it in
Wait, is
Comic
this
Sans.
Love it. Just
my
perfect.
computer? I was gonna show the. I'm trying to show like the meme. Here we go. It's also rendering.
In my experience, opening things while you're rendering is usually a bad idea.
Yeah.
There it is.
I feel
Beautiful.
advised.
And then nobody asked, or I don't know if anybody asked, but this is in Maya, so pray for my life.
I pray
this
every
is-
time. This is just.
So this is Maya with XGen fur, and it's rendered in RenderMan. Or Renderman? I don't know how to say it. So I guess... Here, let me get one more, like, kind of side render here. So this isn't, like, finished. Sorry, I was, like, looking at the comments. So let me show the actual scene. So literally all of the different like fur like aspects are in different like folders here. Ooh, hold on, I have to stop the render. Stop. So literally it's like Legos of like fur pieces here. That I can just dress her up. So yeah, I think I was gonna try to like do her whiskers to kind of show how that looks. So I'm
Is that
gonna
your
do
computer
that.
running in the background? Because, wow.
You peeled blue.
No, literally every time I like do something on this, like if I do something that's kind of like intensive on my computer, I can hear it like like
I'm just
heavy
surprised it can
breathing.
render this out and
Hey,
everything.
sure,
This is
there's your
amazing.
Sphinx.
You peeled her.
Like an onion.
She's been peeled for her crimes.
Like
Blue
a
Star
furry
rhyme.
onion.
This is a punishment.
Also, very, very clean topology.
Vaguely reminds me of when like when a cat gets a bath.
Yeah, so with the topology, it's like a lot of times when you see models, people don't realize how important the topology is for like rigging an animation. So a lot of people when they wondering why their model's not rigging well, you can see the topology is a mess, and that is why I think I'm a bad modeler. Is it's one thing to model, it's another thing to model with the topology needed for actually using it for animation. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly it though. If if you have unpredictable topology, it can cause the model to explode, or your computer just won't know how to handle it, and it's it can be a real
And it's
mess.
why I don't like when people start modeling in ZBrush and just never learn how to do topology in ZBrush. I find the people who start in like Blender or Maya with the, that sort of modeling from polygons instead of the sculpting approach, they tend to have a better understanding of the topology needed for animation.
Yeah, that's how I started. I box modeling all the way, and then just move on to ZBrush and retopo and never look back.
Not knocking on ZBrush. I love ZBrush. It just sometimes you can tell the people who started with ZBrush. Let's see, your model, your groom looks so good.
It does. How do we feel
And
about the Polish warriors
Also,
cover?
I need to. I feel like I need to clarify that I didn't do the actual model.
Yeah,
It was.
I was about to ask.
That was
We
Are
only
they?
have the other.
Sorry,
Katherine's not here.
Kafner.
That. Someone's asking how we feel about the Polish covers.
I love them.
They're so nice.
I think they're not bad.
I tend to take a lot of inspiration from the Polish covers for my 3D models. Like that's like my what I see as like the magnum opus of warrior cats ever.
Honestly, I love the Polish covers, but I also really love the Taiwan covers because it's like this really nice blend of it's like it's realism, but it's not so realistic that it loses the expressions. And I think that's really, really great. Like, send it in the chat. Look at Blue Star. Look at her little smile.
She's so
One of my favorite things with Soupy's texture and groom here is actually the texture on her nose. You can't see it right now, but I just wanted to point that out because I don't think I've told Soupy how much I love her nose. Just the little details that make it come to life. Look at that nose.
Excuse me, I'm just melting in a puddle over here.
So cute.
I can't wait for Blue Star to emerge from the computer monitor and become a real cat.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, in a fandom with so many amazing artists, why they're still having the one guy do like the weird, awkward close-ups of cat faces on every single cover. I wish that, because you know, is Gob still
It's
here?
unfortunate because all of the
Yeah, Gob
characters
did
are
like some
portrayed with like
cool
white
photo
muzzles.
manipulation
We're talking about
ones.
my covers?
Yeah, like those
Oh,
are
I'll try
really
to find
cool.
one. 1 second.
For learning to 3D model, what should I use?
Blender is
Blender
a
is
good
very
starter.
intuitive. Like it's a very neat little program.
And it's free.
Posted one of my covers in chat.
I would kind of say like if I said this to someone on Twitter, I forgot who it was, but if you're like really planning on like working in 3D, like modeling and stuff, I would say if you have the means to learn Maya first because it's like kind of more difficult than Blender. So if you get a grip on it first and you don't have to like you don't really have to deal with the learning curve as much later, but if you're 3D modeling more as like a hobby, then I would say definitely Blender first because I learned Maya first. And I'm kind of really glad I did because if I was just going into Maya like blind right now, oof, like.
Yeah, I can second that. And Maya first. Maya's industry standard, and it's very complicated. Compared to Blender, like it's like hell. There's a saying that Maya runs off the suffering of its users. And just going from Maya to Blender is 10 times easier than going from Blender to Maya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't show Maya any signs of weakness or it will crash. It will crash anyway, but it'll probably crash more frequently if you show any weakness.
Make sure you save every few minutes. Soupy save.
Not every few minutes. Straight up, any action that you do in Maya, save that
rolls a
every single
d20.
time.
Every time you click or do anything, a d20 is rolled, and that determines whether it crashes.
And yeah, if
This
you're
whole time,
learning
I
Maya,
literally save everything in increments because of that. Like, I have
Yep.
so many saves.
Mhm.
Let me actually, I can show just. Look at this. This is not even all of them because as I go, I like archive the old ones. I have delete for real, delete, delete. Like I was testing something out. I'll put that in the name so I remember if I'm just kind of messing around and I don't mess with the main one. These are all iterations of just like messing with the fur. There's like probably been 50 of these saves just on this file alone.
How we feel about the wiki's pixel art. It's gotten a lot better than it used to be, for sure.
I give them a lot of
I
credit
mean, the
for
people
like,
running
doing
the
that
wiki are they're fighting the good fight because, I mean, the authors can't even keep track of all the information and characters and lore. So the wiki is, I mean, I respect them for fighting the good fight. The Dutch Warriors has a really cool illustrated version of Into the Wild, so that's pretty nice.
I really want to know how to like get my hands on that because when I
I
was in
know, I
like
can't find it anywhere.
well, also like when I was in like middle school, I don't really totally remember why, but like I was like learning Dutch. But it's like because I was on like a Minecraft server, a lot of people spoke Dutch, and I started picking up on it, and then I was like, oh cool, Duolingo's free, I'll like look at it. But now I'm like, dang, I really need that Dutch Warrior Cats book so bad.
Yeah, and like the illustrations look really nice. The Vietnamese covers are also cool. Yeah, a lot of the foreign covers are really nice.
We got the short end of the stick here.
Yes, we did. And I miss the original covers a lot, for sure.
I went back and I reread my for this project. I started rereading the books, and I went back and found like the first few books of the Prophecy Begins arc, and I realized that I was missing like 2 of them, and then the third one had a huge chunk missing from the cover because I don't even. It's so long ago, I don't even remember if it actually happened. But I'm 95% certain my dog got at them and ate the covers, and then we just threw them out. And I was like, yeah, I probably won't read these again. And then I went back to Barnes and Noble like last year, and I bought the first couple of books again, and I was like, wow, these are not the same. Just the covers are so different; they don't fit.
Them up now. They look very much the same all around. But the old one, the McLaughlin, I think is his name. He was a wildlife artist, and I don't know, the backgrounds, the colors he would choose is always like really unique, and he'd put them on the covers, and I thought that was really cool. How each book looked so unique on their own.
And think it's funny, like, sorry, this is going back to the Dutch thing, because I saw someone was like, what, you learned Dutch? Because people would always ask, like, people who speak Dutch would always be like, why are you learning Dutch? And it's like, I don't know, I like it. Like, it's, the thing that's interesting is it's like, I'm pretty sure it's like the closest language there is to English. Like, the closest. Like, it's very...
Is it really?
Yeah, like, if you look at Dutch words, a lot of them are either, like, exactly the same, or it's like... To me, it always looked like English, but, like, typed weird. Like, if that makes sense. And also, the words are so funny. Like, my favorite is, I'm probably gonna mispronounce these so bad. Their word for, like, seal, I think, is, zeehond, which is sea dog, which is what it should be called. And then they call turtles, I think, again, I don't know how to say this, it's like schildpad or something, and that means shield toad.
That's the best.
And then, like, just their words are so literal like that, and I love it. It's, like, just awesome.
There's a similar thing in Finnish, and I'm just like, wow, these words make so much sense. Can we keep doing this? It's really fun.
Well, English is really hard, so.
This is true.
In Danish, you call possums wallet rats? Okay, I'm obsessed with that. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I have. Huh.
I'm just gonna, like, apply the whisker thing and do, like, a little render, I think.
Okay. It's looking very good.
In a second here. They're a little rough, like, over here, but, like, I'll touch that up later. It's kind of boring to just watch me, like, go over with the length tool over each of these.
I don't know why Finnish scratches my brain so much. All the 15 noun cases, I'm just like, kisses. They're hard, but they do make a lot of sense. They do add a lot of importance.
It always helps when a language makes sense.
Yeah. They add, like, a lot of unspokenness to them, and I think that helps a lot. Like, once you learn them, you're like, oh, okay. And, like, when you encounter it, like, in the wild, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. Oh. I'm just watching, look at little Firepaw watching everyone work. It's so nice.
He's so content.
He's just a little guy.
He is.
Just a little guy, and it's his birthday.
He's being so supportive.
This is the fun part where we just stare at the gray screen until it decides to render.
Oh my god, this is gorgeous. And you did this? You made this?
Yeah, this is where all of the real work went into was
Oh my god, all the spacing is perfect.
It's classic.
Yeah, I contribute so much to the project, guys.
You contribute more than anyone else here. This Blue Star model.
This is actually episode 1 right here. We made the bold choice to just go with a checkered gray screen instead of animating to save time.
Can't believe you'd show them all of episode 1. They're gonna take this and just like re-upload it on YouTube. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, if they re-upload it to YouTube, they have a fun little overlay on it, so.
We didn't
Oh,
even do like
true,
a
true.
cast screening
True
or
fact.
anything.
Well, they're just
Sorry,
gonna
this is
crop
the
out
cast screening right now.
Lexi wants to know, we have a composer for the series.
Do we?
Jiro.
Yes, we have 3 composers. I am one of the composers, and we also have Mary Musician and Sammy J. Lane.
And they do amazing work.
For
They really
real.
do. We're so spoiled on that end.
Every time I hear
Absolute love.
tracks, you guys
Spoiled
post,
on
I get
every
chills.
end.
Yes, absolute chills. It just
Um,
like it's so flipping good.
Actually,
This is the real reason Warrior Cats Animated is not 3D, because we would just die waiting for it to render.
Assuming it renders. Oh, there, maybe?
There she is.
She's so pure. I love her. I love her eyes.
I'm actually going to. So this is a link to to some of Shiro's work for the project.
And if Shira, are you still taking commissions?
Yes, I very much am taking commissions.
You hear that, folks? If you need music, Shiro's your guy.
He does such incredible work.
He
You will not
really
regret
does.
it.
Yeah, everyone should go click that link I sent and listen to Shiro's music because it's really, really amazing.
Yeah, Shiro did a test to one of the storyboard animatics, and it like everyone just lost their minds.
Oh god, yeah.
It just brought so much joy and excitement to everyone just to hear music put to boards.
I'm really glad everyone's happy with it.
I have to say, like, being part of this, the biggest thing that I've loved about it is like watching all of the pieces come together. Everybody is just so good at what they do, and then it just comes together so amazingly. And I'm just so impressed with everybody.
It's very much a team effort. Like everyone here contributes something to this project.
Are we switching back over to Mariah, or was the stream just go down?
Can Shiro stream?
Yeah, of course.
If you still want to, Shiro.
Yeah.
I mean, we're on the topic of music.
Oh yeah, whatever you want to do.
Sorry guys, Maya literally took down like Chrome, but I'm just gonna let this render out and then show like when it's
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing, though.
So to answer Potato Lovely's question, this stream is for our project, which is WCAnimated. We're a volunteer-based animation project, and we're adapting the Warriors books into a web series. And this stream is to celebrate 50,000 subscribers on our YouTube, but YouTube was giving us trouble.
And there's also an Audio Movers link for Kate, so that you can stream the audio at the same time.
Is it gonna be playing through Discord anyway?
No.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me go set that up. That'll take just a second.
It's been a second, Kate.
Grr,
hurry up.
bites you. Come here. All right. Can you play something? I want to make sure it's working. Okay, it is. Let me get a quick extension for Chrome. Sorry how this is gonna sound for a moment. Can someone speak real quick, please?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you. I thought I broke the Discord thing. I'm trying to figure out how to remake one of these. 'Cause it's being
Everyone
weird.
unmutes at once.
Here we go. For some reason, it didn't want to pick up. Wanted to duplicate itself in a wrong way. Anyway, there it is now. So whatever you play is now able to be streamed.
All right, solid.
Shiro, someone's asking, how long have you been composing?
Ooh, well, it kind of depends on the idiom because I've been like writing music ever since like I was 8 years old. I started off with music by just like playing songs by ear to piano. I never got any lessons or anything. And so then I would also like write my own like little dumb melodies and stuff like that. But then it didn't really get serious until I hit middle school, and because I was really interested in electronic music. And so electronic music like started making me want to write and produce my own music. And then from there I wanted to start going into animation because I started getting really passionate about animated films and shows. And so I started writing more orchestral music, more jazz music because I'm a jazz pianist by trade. Like that's kind of where I shifted in middle school and high school. So I'd probably say, oh my gosh, I'm old. It's been like 10 years since I started really like composing things for the screen.
And then someone asking who designed our logo. I know Jupiter was part of that. And then a couple people who I think are no longer with the project, but it was like a team, part of the team of directors at the time who designed the logo.
Also, just to give some context, this is a test for a Shadow Clan theme.
Have any of us even heard this?
No, I literally wrote it while the stream was happening.
I heard 2 seconds of it.
Yeah, you heard a
I'm
second.
excited to hear it then.
That's amazing. It's like you sneeze and music happens. I don't know how you do it.
Oh man, it's something. Here I'll play what I have so far. So that's kind of the starting idea, since Shadow Clan kind of like takes on that role of like, oh, these guys are like the villains, right? But they're not really the villains. They're kind of just like in like they like reside in a place that can be seen as intimidating, but they're very like proud and like strong-willed people, and so it's a
I
very
love
like
that.
powerful kind of theme.
That was really good.
I have shivers.
Same.
Yeah.
You
Your
did
brain
that
is
during
so
the stream?
massive. My God.
Yeah, the stream started and I was just like, oh my gosh, I have like a few hours until I have to stream something. Let's do a Shadow Clan thing.
It's insane how that song instantly transported me into like a marsh with like pine trees and bog and everything.
It sounded so cool, dude. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I'm really glad y'all like it.
We love it.
Oh, there are a few questions as well.
Oh, someone is wondering what. Oh, that's Mel. Mel's asking what your biggest inspirations are when it comes to composing for animation.
Oh boy. I'm pretty sure I have like a document of like the list, but I'd probably say like, well, oh man. My biggest inspiration is probably Ivy and Tsurashu, who composed for Steven Universe. That duo is like they're the ones that really started to get me super just super like enamored with what's possible with like writing music for the screen, because they just like they were able to embody the emotion of the moment and the emotion of characters in such a strong way that like I hadn't even really heard before, because I had so many digital video game type influences that like I wasn't used to seeing that in a show. I was used to hearing like, the same old orchestral thing over and over. But that really like opened my eyes to the possibility of what you could be doing with animation. Along with that, I'd probably also say Brad Breek, who I actually was an intern for a while, who composed for Gravity Falls, We Bear Bears, Voltron Legendary Defender, Randy Cunningham Ninth Grade Ninja, and recently composed for the second season of The Owl House. He's also a huge inspiration for me, because like the way that he works and like how like well he's able to manipulate rhythm and meter into time things very well on screen, to the point where like it's really powerful and it heightens the emotion, but it isn't like, Mickey Mousing it or making it seem like you're watching like an episode of Tom and Jerry or something. It's really hard to get that nuance. But and then if I'm thinking of like feature films, Joe Hisaishi is a huge one for the Ghibli soundtracks. Daniel Pemberton, who recently did the score for The Bad Guys, he's done a lot of cool stuff that I really like. Alan Menken, Stephen Schwartz, Lin-Manuel Miranda a little bit. There are some things that I like. It's always hit or miss with him for me, but I'd say those are like the general people.
And then, will you assign certain instruments or vibes to main characters like Steven Universe did?
That's a good question. That's something that I'll have to think about. I don't know, because we're definitely going to have certain vibes and certain themes for different clans. Like we're going to have different motifs and different kinds of instruments and sound palettes that will apply from clan to clan. But we haven't really thought of anything fully fleshed out for character to character yet. But for the most prominent characters, there probably will be certain pivotal moments where we want a certain type of motif or a certain type of instrument to really show out there. So that's something that we'll probably consider.
And then this is my question. Is there any specific part of the series that you're really excited to do the score for? A particular part?
Oh man. Actually, I have a lot of ideas when it comes to Well, I don't know. I don't know if this is a spoiler.
Type it in the chat. I'll let you know.
All right, let me see.
I'm gonna allow that one just because it's vague.
Okay, cool. So, there's like a time skip in terms of where Firepaw's kind of like training at ThunderClan. And so there's going to be like a montage kind of thing there. And I've been really considering a lot of possibilities for what kind of music could be there, along with like, and honestly, this is an idea that I haven't even posited yet, but I've been thinking about it. But like getting like a singer or something like that, like having some sort of like folk song that we could write, or some sort of like, I don't know. There are so many possibilities as to like what we could do there, and like there's so many ideas that are just like swimming around in my head when it comes to like what we could possibly do.
That's a good answer. I'm very excited to see what you do there.
Heck yeah.
How many Warrior Cats have you guys read? How many Warrior Cats books have you guys read? Too many.
Way too many.
I haven't read a full arc in years. The last full arc that I read was Dawn of the Clans, but ugh.
I've
I
read
wonder
them
which
all.
individual person in the project is like the most the lore historian and has read the most books and content and stuff. Like, I wonder which individual person it is.
I mean, that kind of is the most important part.
Fair enough.
Who knows?
Because here's the thing. So I say the last full arc that I read was Dawn of the Clans.
I love Dawn of the Clans.
And when I say I read, and that was the last full arc I read, and but I read every single book before that. Every single one. Every super edition, every novella, every single one. So unfortunately, me. And
Plus you're like refreshing it now recently, right?
Yeah. Yes. Well, everything I learned about the new books is against my will. But I stopped reading midway through what's it called? A Vision of Shadows. I stopped reading there.
I stopped reading
I
there
read
as well.
Crowfeather's Trial. That was the last super edition I read, and I have not read any of the books since the third book of Vision of Shadows, which I believe is Shattered Sky, and Crowfeather's Trial.
Okay, I'm the noob here. I've read the original 6-book series, and I've read Blue Star's Prophecy, because, of course. I would love recommendations where to go next.
Don't.
The clans.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere?
Let me interject real quick, just because I did not have this set up beforehand. Stream chat, is this music too loud? Can you still hear us talking and still hear the music just fine? I just want to make sure that balance is there, because I think I have it where it's good, but I want to make sure that everything can be heard, so please let me know. Alright, perfect. Thank you. Continue.
But so I mean, if you do want to read more of the books, read the first 6. There's you read Blue Star's Prophecy. I'd read the other 3 super editions that were kind of released around that time. So Yellowfang's Secret, Crooked Star's Promise, and Tall Star's Revenge.
Okay.
And then, if you're still itching for more, then go read Dawn of the Clans. But
No, I do want to read more now, because I keep hearing people talk about all these other characters that I'm not familiar with, and I want to know more about them.
That's the dangerous pull. Now you'll have to sit through them. There are fun things about it. I obviously enjoy reading them.
Someone is asking, will there be a trailer? Yeah. Ideally. I mean, we've released a couple teaser trailers and with time there should be more. One would hope. We have an update. Gob has read all of the books. Which makes sense because
Yes, sir.
you're stronger than the rest of us.
I have a serious problem.
YouTube actually responded to you on Twitter.
Yeah, I know. And they were unhelpful. They sent me the same link that I was already being sent. They can choke. Anyway. Someone's
That
out, what
sounded so
program are you
sinister with the
using, Shiro?
music.
YouTube is always unhelpful.
Someone's asking what program you use, Shiro.
I use Pro Tools. It is extremely expensive and I hate it, but it's lovely. It's like almost worth the money, I'd say. If you're looking to invest in a digital audio workstation, I would probably recommend first like Reaper or Cubase. If you're looking to do like work to picture, then I would like recommend Cubase, or Logic Pro if you have a Mac. But along with that, like great ones for anything else. There's like FL Studio as well. That's a pretty good one. I use FL Studio for electronic work, but yeah, I use Pro Tools because that's like the best thing that's worked for anything that I'm doing.
I'm still trying to figure out work to picture in Reaper myself. I haven't really practiced or done too much with it.
I don't even really know how it works in Reaper.
I took a class on Pro Tools one time and left the class knowing about as much about it as I had.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was so confused. The
Yeah,
program's
it's
so difficult.
honestly it's really a mess, especially with like the different ways that like the different units that a digital audio workstation can measure by. Like it can measure by frames, or it can measure by samples, or it could be measured by beats, or it could be measured by ticks. Like there's so many different things.
You really got to come into it with like a strong sense of like music theory too.
Absolutely.
Someone's asking if we have any OCs that we've made. Yeah, actually, I think the other night we were streaming and on call together, and a bunch of people were drawing their OCs in the style. So yeah, I think a lot of people here have their own Warrior Cats characters. We are doing good. Been at this for a little while. Gob, have you read River?
River? Sorry, which arc?
The newest one.
Did a new one just come out?
Is it out already? I didn't even know if it
Or
was.
or is this the first one of the new arc where
Yeah, so
where
River
oh, I
is the
can't say what
first
happens with
one?
spoilers. There's dogs. With Frost
Yeah, I
Paw and
guess
stuff?
River is the first
Yeah,
one.
I've read
The
it.
second one is Sky, then Shadow. What's their
Yes.
plan?
I've read River.
Because there's 6 books to an arc, and they're naming them each after the clan. I guess unless maybe the last one will be
I feel
Star.
like
Bold
okay,
you to
this
assume
is
there's a
dark,
plan.
but I
So
really
River,
think it would be
Sky,
good if it
Shadow,
happens.
Wind,
I
Thunder,
want
Star.
each I don't know how this would work for Star, but I want each clan leader to die. So far we have a pattern. Technically. I mean it's only one, that's not a pattern, but Misty Star died. Sorry, Leaf Star, you're next.
Yeah, I don't know
That's what
what's
I
going
want.
on in that book at all. I have not read. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, I don't want to say much because it's still new. I don't want to spoil for anyone, even though it's been out for months.
Have we played? Has anyone played Cattails? Well, I remember when Cattails was a warrior's tale.
No, it's Warrior Cat's
I played it
Untold
then.
Tales.
I have not played it since it became Cattails.
I literally started scrambling for the mic when I heard someone mention Cattails.
Oh yeah, I played it.
There's a new one coming out. The next Wildwood Story. I have a press demo of it. It's very fun. I would highly suggest you wishlist it and all that stuff.
It's just like an improved version 1.
It's like it's like Cattails, you know, the first game, but it's just got more stuff to it, like more prey and more stuff to do. You can marry everybody, so I can marry my beloved Jag.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember Jag. The mountain.
I love him.
It's my favorite.
And yes.
I think Pebble was my cat husband. I think that was
Me too.
Oh yeah.
Pebble Gang.
He's just so sweet.
I didn't really want to marry Pebble. I wanted to marry Jag.
Yeah.
But I just kind of had to settle. But Jag in game, he has like 3 posts that he moves throughout the day, and I have roses surrounded by each of the places he stands. My marriage is a sham.
I recently played Stray, and it was one of the best gaming experiences I've had in a long time. It's very, very good.
I want to play it so bad.
Watch
No spoilers,
gameplay
but
for it.
literally go play it right now.
Yes, I
I
want
mean,
to
I
play
have
it
a deck.
bad.
I can pick it up and play it.
Just from the gameplay, and everything about it just was so good. It felt like a lot like the Last Guardian or game, sort of kind of thing, and I love that game too. So if you like that game, you'll definitely love this game.
Oh, I wish I could play Last Guardian. I don't have a PlayStation. I just have computer games and Nintendo.
I don't know why I don't really play video games. I mostly like to watch other people play video games. And not even like, I don't even mean like watching some YouTuber that I don't know. I just like when people I know stream video games or play video games, I just sit and watch. I'm perfectly content doing that.
That's what I play while drawing a lot of the times. Is like somebody's stream playing video games or something. Because it's like something that I don't need to pay attention to, but it's something to put in the background. Yep.
Yeah, I would definitely argue. Stray is not the cute game I thought it was. It was actually very stressful, and there were many times it made me very, very angry. But it's very fun, and I think everyone should play it, or at least watch a playthrough of it, because it's just good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Wait,
It
Shiro,
looks very cute.
did you just do that real time?
Yeah.
Oh my god. My brain just blew up.
Here, you want me to play something on piano?
Yeah. Goes nuts, insane. Froths at the mouth, falls onto the floor, passes out, wakes back up. Losing
I'll
my
stop there.
mind. That's so good. I'm assuming you have like an actual physical keyboard in front of you.
I do.
Okay.
Have we ever thought about making a public Discord server, like perhaps one for patrons? We do have a Discord server for our patrons. And so our patrons can join that and chat and just hang out. And yeah, it's very chill. There's no way, if thinking about becoming a patron, should I? There's no way for us to unbiasedly answer this question. When we open for team applications, we will let everyone on our social medias know. So if you follow us, you shouldn't miss it. The Discord server is only for people who are subscribed to our Patreon. And yes, we do some stream there. And that'll be happening more often now, as things really get rolling. Favorite Pokemon? I like Jolteon and Ferret a lot, and Liepard.
I am an Absol person.
I respect that.
I love
Vaporeon
Dragon
has been my
Pokemon,
favorite
and
for years.
Charizard is forever my first love.
I like Mindfu.
Goomy.
Radagon.
Oh, and Muck. I like Muck.
Lucario and Vaporeon.
Garchomp and Noivern. Let's go.
Oh, I love Noivern.
I just gotta say it's amazing that so many of us know like some random words that have a meaning.
It's like modern hieroglyphics. Yeah, it's like.
I don't know what it is, but I genuinely believe there are Pokemon whose names I will never forget. Like I'll just see a Pokemon I didn't even care about that much, and I'll know exactly the name of it. It's like it's a different part of my brain that just is tucked away until I need it again.
I like Growlithe a lot because that one shines for me for some reason. It did like twice in a row. I'm like, man, Growlithe, you're so cool. So Growlithe and Arcanine, yeah, definitely.
Wait, hold on. Did you say Arcanine?
Yeah, Growlithe or Canine.
Arcanine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it Arcanine?
Is it? It's canine.
No, it's Arcanine. I promise you, it's
Canine, the
Arcanine.
dog.
Listen to how they say it in the show.
arguing.
Oh my god.
It's Arcanine, I promise.
Either way.
Got a heated Pokemon discussion.
I've only ever heard it as Arcanine, not
It's
Arcanine.
canine because it's a dog. It's
Well,
a
yeah,
canine.
but they say Arcanine.
Arcanine.
It's
Alright, how do you
Arcanine, I
voice
promise
Arcanine?
you. I don't lie. I only fib, and I'm not fibbing right now.
Isn't it Arcanine in the English anime too? I could have sworn. Like I watched that as a kid.
All right, it's debate
It's
time.
Arcanine.
I'm gonna put a word in the chat, and I need everyone to say how they pronounce this word.
Okay.
Caramel?
Caramel?
Caramel.
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 The thing that eventually breaks us up.
Caramel.
It's been caramel for me for forever.
It is caramel.
Caramel.
You're right.
I
Thanks.
think I switched between. I think both are legit.
Caramel.
I don't care if there's another A in there. It's caramel because it is.
All right, hold on.
That's
Let's
not-
get a better word in here. Everyone say
Caramel.
Pecan.
Okay, so here's the thing. I say pecan, but I say pecan pie. So if I'm using it in the context of a pie, it's pecan, but if I'm just saying the nut, it's pecan.
Gross.
Same.
It's pecan.
I kind of agree with that.
Well, you can
I think I'm the only one. I think I'm the only one that says caramel.
I've only ever said pecan.
Lived in both the south and the north. So.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah. I think that's not debated. Moving on.
Star.
Crayon?
Yeah, crayon for me, I think.
There are people in my area that say crayon.
I know I will probably say crayon. I don't say it normally, but like my brain's like, oh, that's how it's said. I need to use it in a sentence. I'm going to the store to buy some crayons. There you go.
My kindergarten music teacher pronounced it crown.
Huh. I love playing this game with my Midwestern friends because we just pronounce everything so differently.
How do you pronounce the color between red and yellow?
Orange?
Orange.
Orange?
Yeah.
Orange.
Orange.
Someone saying vase or vase.
I just say vase. Vase
Yeah, I
sounds
have not heard
pretty.
vase unless it's like
That sounds forced.
an estate sale or something, and they're like, "Here's a very expensive vase."
All right, what do you call the thing you put groceries in when you get a grocery store that you roll around? What do you guys call that?
Shopping cart.
A cart.
Shopping cart?
Buggy.
A trolley.
Buggy? A buggy?
A buggy.
What do you mean?
They're called
I don't get
buggies here, okay? It's a buggy.
Shiro, someone is asking what key you're in.
I'm in G flat minor.
Thank you.
That checks out, I think. With my minimal music knowledge. That sounds about right.
This is so nice to listen to.
It's called a
Oh, it's
buggy.
7
Everyone else who
o'clock.
says cart and trolley, you're wrong. I'm sorry to tell you this. You've been lied to your entire life. It's buggy.
When I think
For what?
buggy,
For a
I think
shopping
dune
cart?
buggy.
Yeah.
It's a shopping cart. What the
It's
fuck
the-
is a buggy?
Yeah, it's the cart
What's a
that
buggy?
you shop with. What's
Yeah.
bug? There's nothing insect-like about it.
No, okay, you know old cars were called buggies. That's what it's based
Yeah,
off
and it's
of.
not a car.
Yeah, but you put stuff in it. You
That
put
is not
things
a
in
buggy.
cars.
That's a different
You
thing.
drive them around.
It's a shopping cart or just a cart.
Have you guys heard
Buggy.
of the shopping cart test?
The what?
Oh yeah, like
The shopping cart
Yeah.
test. So
Yeah.
it's
there was a big like post thing that was called the shopping cart test, and it's basically that whether or not someone puts a shopping cart back where it goes after they're done using it is
If
like
you
the
don't,
ultimate litmus test as to whether or not someone is like a functional member of society, because
I
there's
always put
no
it back. If you don't, you're being a jerk. Unless you can.
exactly, but
If there's
that's
reasons you cannot, that's a different story.
exactly.
But
So that's the point. So because you don't get anything, there's no benefit to putting it away, but there's also no down like you're not going to be punished
there's
if
no
you don't
incentive
put
to
it
put it
back.
away.
So you have to you can't do it out of like desire for a payout, and you also can't do it out of fear of like, repercussions or anything. So whether or not you put the shopping cart back where it goes is like you have to do it out of your desire to do the correct thing and do the right thing, and that's it. So whether or not you put a shopping cart back or not is the ultimate test of whether or not you can be a good person for no reason other than just to be a good person.
Guys, you've been at this for 5 hours. My goodness.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Feeling though, do we want to start wrapping up?
I think so.
Well, thank you to everyone who joined us. We hope we'll be able to stream more in the not too distant future. Thank you all so much, and thank you for all your support on our project. It was such a joy spending these 5 hours with you.
I'm gonna go ahead and move us over to the end screen.